Good. Colleagues, without any waste of time, we are going to start with today's program. I am Samuel Mujapelo. I'm the lecturer in the Department of Information Science and Lechtenkunde and Afrikaans. So I'm the chair for this session. Session 4 of the main conference of Unilisa. Without any waste of time, colleagues, I'm glad because our guest speaker finally arrived. She is here with us. Before I can call the guest speaker to the podium, I want to introduce her. Our guest speaker is Boitumelo Seshabela. Boitumelo Seshabela is a distinguished leader in information science, business strategy, and governance. With a strong academic background that includes a degree in information science from the University of Pretoria, a Master of Business Leadership from the School of Business Leadership, and executive leadership programs from West Business School, Henley Business School, the Duke Foki School of Business, USA. She brings a wealth of expertise to the evolving landscape of knowledge management and digital transformation. As a certified director with the Institute of Directors of South Africa, a member of the Global Network of Directors Institute and Business Engage South Africa, as well as alumni of the International Women's Forum of South Africa and FACET. Boitumelo is deeply committed to the leadership excellence. Beyond her professional accomplishments, she serves as a non-executive director and mentors emerging professionals. She passionately advocates for the empowerment of women, particularly in small to medium-sized enterprises and boardroom representation. With an unwavering passion for knowledge, content, information, and record management, she continues to shape the future of digital scholarship and cooperative governance. Currently pursuing a PhD, she remains at the forefront of thought leadership at the intersection of technology, business, and societal impact. That was a very short bio of Boitumelo Seshabela. Without any waste of time, let's give Boitumelo a round of applause. She will be ascending the stage. Thank you.
Good morning. Dumelange. Sanibonani. Dima Shironi, esteemed guests, colleagues and scholars. My special greetings goes especially to our Executive Dean, Professor Zetu, in absentia, the Deputy Dean, the school directors, the heads of portfolios, and the chairs of departments, all protocol observed. It is both a privilege and a delight for me to be here at UNISA. And by the way, yes, Dr. Makutla, I am the alumna. I completed my master's here at the University of South Africa, and I'm currently pursuing my PhD with Professor Kelly. Congratulations to you, Prof, on your latest inaugural lecture. I have learned so much from you, and I appreciate your exceptional leadership. I've also worked very closely with Ntate Dr. Shakola, who invited me to be here. Thank you, Doc, for inviting me to be here. I'm really excited to be attending this revered conference, the one and only Unilisa, to discuss this important topic, scholarship and practice for futuristic information dissemination and use in Society 5.0. Before I proceed, I just want to find out, is my presentation flagged? Thank you. Thank you, ICT. Dr. Mudiba, the chairperson of the conference, I also commend you and your team that I've gained valuable insights from every presenter who spoke yesterday. I was listening, I was on site, very attentive. I so enjoyed the discussions. And I'm even more excited that the department is also looking into innovations and trying to align themselves with the latest market in trying to introduce a new curriculum in technology. Well done to the technology, to the information science team. Imagine a world where information flows seamlessly. That is, or this is, Society 5.0. And while we are at our imaginative stage, I need us to think about that young researcher sitting at the rural areas of Limpopo who's trying to access an article that could revolutionize her study on climate change adaptation. I just chose that topic because it's close to my heart. You can imagine how critical this groundbreaking research would be. However, she's unable to because she encountered a paywall. Meanwhile, we have a financial analyst sitting at Johannesburg who uses AI-driven data insights to make investment decisions just in seconds. These contrasts highlights the gap of information access and the use in Society 5.0, presenting both great opportunities and potential deep digital divide. Today, I invite you on a journey with me to explore on how we as scholars and professionals can bridge these gaps and create a truly inclusive digital future. So what is Society 5.0? I know we've heard about it yesterday. We've had very good speakers who gave us some background on Society 5.0, but please allow me to give you my lens of this topic. It is simply a topic, a concept that envisions the future where technology, innovation, and human values converge to create a super smart society. In the South African context, this means that leveraging technology to address the country's unique challenges, including unemployment, inequality, as well as poverty. These are key issues that we as South Africans are struggling with. And Society 5.0, it's more consistent with the South African National Development Plan and supports the country's vision to a better future. It aligns with UNISA's commitment to an accessible, transformative, and technology-driven education, ensuring that knowledge serves as a catalyst for inclusive growth and innovation. Society 5.0 may sound like the latest science fiction sequel, but in reality, it is about using technology to improve and better our lives. For South Africa, this means bridging that digital divide and ensuring that our researchers are not limited to a paywall systems that grant access to only paywall subscribers, and equipping our industry with a future-ready skill. As we envision the future, we are all excited, and allow me, Chairperson, to take a step back, because humanity has evolved through various societal shifts. In the ancient days, our ancestors experienced what used to be called the hunting society, which is Society 1.0, where they relied only on the basic needs for survival. Then it was transitioned to the agricultural society that is called Society 2.0 during the 1960s from 1760s to the 1950s, where agriculture led to trade and settlement. Then came industrial society, which introduced machineries, mining, as well as railways. It then evolved to the digital revolution, which changed everything from the 1950s to the 2000s. We were introduced to the mobile banking, online learning, as well as e-commerce. Now, excitingly so, we are at the Society 5.0, the fifth generation and the fifth industrial revolution, so they call it, that emerged from the 2000s till today. Artificial intelligence, your big data, robotics are no longer just tools, but they are shaping our economy and our daily lives. Chairperson, technology alone cannot and does not create progress. It must be inclusive and it must be purposeful. In South Africa, this means addressing unemployment, access to education, and infrastructure gaps while leveraging AI and automation for the greater good. Yes, the world has experienced every stage of the societal revolution, from the early ages of survival and agriculture to the industrialization and now the digital revolution. However, the challenge still remains. Chairperson, we need to see and ensure that Society 5.0, it is just not another chapter that's going to widen the gap between the privileged and the marginalized. Instead, we need to create high-tech world where only few thrive. We must use innovations to uplift everyone, making technology the bridge to opportunity rather than a barrier. In short, what am I saying? I'm saying Society 5.0 should not deepen inequalities, but must rather lift everyone up. Now let's talk about the pitfalls that every researcher has faced with at some point or the other. The scholar's dilemma. Picture a brilliant student studying at UNISA, working on a groundbreaking research. Excitedly, she logs in and access that crucial journal article. In order to unlock that new knowledge, only to be hit with a price tag of 800 rand to access. We all know what it means to all of us, the ordinary. It cannot be easy. Now, at that moment, her dreams of discovery clashes with that harsh reality of academic paywalls. Let us recognize that this is not only an inconvenience, but it is a barrier to progress. So how do we collectively in this room ensure that knowledge remains accessible to those who need it most? What am I saying? I'm saying in academia, knowledge is meant to be shared, not be locked away like a government tender submission. Those who are working in procurement understand what I mean. Yet paywalls often restrict access to crucial knowledge. And I often ask myself, why should knowledge be locked behind a paywall when it has so much power to transform ordinary lives and lives in general? Thankfully, we have open access initiatives like your Silo, South Africa, that are making strides in democratizing knowledge. However, there is still a long way to go. AI-powered tools like your EBSCO-host and your Google Scholar are also stepping in, helping students and researchers to access information faster and more efficiently. But technology alone, it's not enough. Real progress requires collaboration. Government, industry, academia, we must partner together to address these pressing issues. Issues such as your water shortages, energy crisis, as well as education gaps. The way we share information, the way we learn, the way we work, and the way information is being shared amongst us is being rewritten right before our eyes, and it is indeed evolving. Let us imagine the year 2030, where a student in Khamatlala, in those far rural areas of Limpopo, who will no longer be struggling to decode that complex academic test. Instead, they will simply just be asking AI assistant to break down that dense journal article into key insights within seconds. In KZN, right in Ulundi, an HR manager will no longer have to wait weeks for qualification verifications. Thanks to blockchain technology, academic credentials can now be verified instantly, streaming hiring processes and eliminating fraud. Gone are those days of waiting for weeks for information. AI and blockchain are changing the game. This is not science fiction, but it is a reality of society 5.0, where technology transforms how we access, how we verify, and how we use information in real time. In education, we see the rise of digital learning platforms. As online learning expands, universities such as UNISA are leading the way in embracing digital platforms. Students now have access to vast digital repositories, AI-driven course recommendations, as well as interactive video lectures that adapt to their unique learning needs. How's that? And this shift is more than just convenience. It is more about making education flexible, accessible, and engaging with students, ensuring that no one is left behind in this digital age. Artificial intelligence is transforming how research is also conducted. With tools such as, really? ChatGPT, Elicit, and Cite students, researchers can now sift through various learning literature in seconds, extracting key insights and generating summaries effortlessly. This is now not just the speed, but it's about efficiency. By automating this tedious task, AI allows students to focus on deeper analysis, critical thinking, as well as innovation, pushing the boundaries of economic excellence. Qualification fraud is now a concern, threatening academic integrity and trust in our institutions. To address this, universities like VETS are also turning into blockchain technology for digital certificates. And these credentials are tamper-proof, instantly verifiable, and securely stored, eliminating the risk of forgery. Chairperson, allow me to remind our educators that training the next generation of engineers requires more than just textbooks and lectures. That is the way the companies such as Sasol are integrating augmented reality into training programs. With AR, which is your augmented reality, engineers can practice complex procedures in simulated environment, ensuring that technical skills ensuring that their technical skills are enhanced without attracting real-world risk. This not only improves learning outcomes, but also reduces the training cost and bridges the gap between theory and hands-on applications. These tools are not replacing human intelligence, but are enhancing the ability to process and apply knowledge. There are digital dilemmas that come with digital knowledge. As they say, with greater power comes greater responsibility. We are faced with real challenges in Society 5.0. Data privacy has become a key topic in the boardrooms. Think about a small business owner unknowingly violating POPIA because they do not understand data privacy laws. Many businesses still struggle with compliance. Protection of personal information enforces stricter data handling, but compliance remains a challenge for many businesses, especially SMMEs. AI bias in hiring is also another real challenge. Consider that young graduate coming from Mamelodi trying to apply for a job. She has no traditional corporate environment experience. The company she's applying to uses AI-driven recruitment tools. She may not be selected because her CV may lack the right industry keywords that AI-driven recruitment tool prioritizes. And without these tools, without these keywords, that CV may not even pass that initial stage. However, initiatives such as your Harambe AI-driven job matching platforms are already helping our young South Africans to enter the workforce. So if AI recruitment tools are not properly trained, they can exclude the historically disadvantaged individuals from the historically disadvantaged backgrounds, posing a risk of algorithmic discrimination. Misinformation spread. The spread of false information was particularly evident during COVID-19 and during elections, and we see now during America Come First. These highlights the urgent need for all of us to put strong digital programs. Think about all these conspiracies. How can we regulate truth in digital world to avoid misleading the innocent? Automation can replace jobs, but can also create new opportunities if South Africans are upskilled in digital fields. The last ethical dilemma is sustainable innovation. The future technologies should be designed with environmental and ethical concerns in mind. As we embrace Society 5.0, we must ensure fairness, privacy, and responsible tech use. Despite these changes, South Africa is not just adapting to Society 5.0. We are leading in many ways. Johannesburg has embraced smart surveillance technology to enhance public safety. The city's AI-driven CCTV network does more than just recording footages. It analyzes patterns, detects suspicious behavior, and provides alerts to the law enforcement in real time. Machine learning for fraud detection is also another one. We see South African Revenue Services incorporating machine learning to detect tax fraud and non-compliance more efficiently. Because traditional audits are resource intensive, but AI can analyze vast data sets, identifying suspicious transactions, as well as flagging irregularities in tax filings. Another example is at Grooteskier Hospital, where they are leveraging on their AI-driven diagnostic tools to enhance patients' care and address South Africans' ongoing shortages of digital professionals. AI algorithms can analyze medical images, detecting diseases such as tuberculosis and cancer in real time, assisting our doctors in making faster and data-driven decisions. The shift to digital learning has made online learning libraries an essential tool for students. We see that UNISA has invested so much in the digital repositories, ensuring that our students can access books research articles, as well as lecture materials anytime, anywhere. And this in particular is important for students who are in the rural areas who may not have access to the physical libraries. My time is up, I know. These are all good signs. But the question is, how do we scale these innovations for maximum impact? Where do we go from here? As we embrace Society 5.0, we must ask who is benefiting and who's left behind. For South Africa to thrive in this era, we must advocate open access research. Academic knowledge must be freely available, and research should not be locked behind expensive paywalls. We see open access initiatives like UNISA South Africa and South Africa Journal of Science are addressing all of these challenges. We also need to bridge the digital divide. Rural students must have the same access as their urban counterparts. We need to expand broadband for rural internet, accessing rural internet access, making it more affordable, and improve digital literacy. We need to also encourage AI human collaboration. AI should assist, not replace human expertise. AI should support decision-making and not replace human expertise. I had to repeat that. We must also push for policy reforms. We need to build strong policies that promote open access research and innovation-friendly regulations. Ethical AI development are crucial and must be championed. The future is about balance, and we need to harness technology while preserving our values and inclusivity. In closing, Society 5.0, it is not just about technology. It is about people. It is about ensuring that entrepreneur sitting at Kaelisha has the same opportunities as the data scientist that is in Sandton. It is about making sure that our students do not have to choose between paying for research and paying for food. These are all our challenges. Academics, professionals, as well as policymakers, we are the architects of this new reality. But the question is, how will we shape it? Thank you for indulging me. Should I? No, I'll go here.
Okay. A round of applause again for Witumelo. Witumelo has spoken, and you had time to engage with Witumelo. And in the interest of time, I'm going to take only 3 hands. Time to engage with Witumelo, and I repeat, in the interest of time, I'm going to take only 3 hands. Who is the first one? Nobody to engage with Dumelo. With Dumelo, nobody is ready to engage you. Or maybe.
I can go on.
Okay, go on. Can we get a microphone, please?
Yeah. In the absence of... Oh, sorry. I think in the absence of questions...
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Please proceed with an... Oh, question.
there was no.
Oh, okay. Okay, there is another person there.
Good morning. Okay, let me just ask a stimulating question, just to break the ice, okay? Because like everyone is scared. Okay, my question has to do with government agencies like your NSFAS. You are aware, are you not, that service providers or NSFAS accredited service providers, those that are providing accommodation to students, have been having difficulties with getting their monies from NSFAS, though they're providing accommodation to students. And this has led to the frustration of students as far as registration is concerned, commencement of classes, and in some universities, even in some TVET colleges, has led to strikes. Okay? So then the question is, how can universities, government agencies, NSFAS accredited providers use AI to streamline the payment services, the verification services, etc., etc.? Thank you.
Tumelo.
How can government agencies, I just want to make sure that I understand the question. How can government agencies work together to or use AI to streamline their processes? I think it's about becoming more scalable and innovative. It is about looking at that maximum impact. It is about partnership, it's about innovation, it's about government coming together, not wanting to do it on their, institutions such as your agencies, not wanting to do everything together on their own. I think AI or Society 5.0 is introducing collaboration, it's introducing partnerships, and I think this time it needs to be so streamlined to work towards making sure that everybody else is brought in together and no one is left behind. And I'm particularly saying that because I think we need to ensure that, one, we create those infrastructure gaps, or we address those infrastructure gaps as government. If you look at NSFAS and the way there are misfunctionalities in there, it is not only about NSFAS. I think it's addressing all the departmental or government on its own as a whole. So we need to provide, one, there has to be an expansion of digital infrastructure. Secondly, we need to ensure that we become more innovative. I think I've spoken about that. And I think we also need to ensure that there is that local adaptation in ensuring that everybody else is brought in to make sure that everybody else is included in the process. And that technology is then becoming more embraced, and they understand, they have the skills, and they can get empowered. I hope I answered you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tumelo. A second question, please.
I did not want to ask a question. I'll do now. I found the presentation very enlightening, which is encouraging. There are a lot of new things that somebody can learn from there. I always like noting down keywords in a speech, and picked some very interesting ones like collaboration. There's something you talked about that talks about sustainable development goals. When you are talking about the relationship between artificial intelligence and the communities out there, I think you mentioned something about water or something, sanitation, which actually are part and parcel of sustainable development goals. I registered them here under sustainable development goals. Something that probably you could expand on at some point within that broad area. Towards the end of your speech, I found it very interesting. We normally talk in idealists, we talk generally, but we don't talk about what really happened on the ground. And I like the examples that you gave regarding the smart cities and the blockchain and SaaS. And the blockchain and artificial intelligence, and I think I did not pick up the hospital that talk about somewhere here, which is being implemented. And the artificial intelligence and library 24/7, everywhere, anytime. I'm actually enjoying it right now from my place where I stay far away from my library at the University of Zululand. I stay in Cape Town, and I can access the library anytime. And you got this robotic, I would say, artificial intelligence, we call it, where you can chat to somebody. How do you call it, my young year? Huh? Ask the librarian. And you find in very many places when you can chat to somebody, and the answers you as you go along. I had issue with the SaaS as well, and I would chat there. And I was so impressed that I can go to my library also do the same. So that is very exciting. Now, the question I want to ask you is the rollout. These smart cities have been talked about for such a long time. How do you assess the rollout of some of these technologies, the blockchain, the artificial intelligence, based on some of the few examples that you've given? Are you feeling that we are going at the right pace, or we are slowing down, or you think even NFS is an issue where probably what SaaS is doing, blockchain and SaaS could actually work there. So just comment in general about what do you think about the rollout? I'm sorry, I took a bit longer time than I expected. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you.
The last question or the last comment or the last input?
Thank you, Chair. This is a comment and a question from online. It was posted by Forget Taterera. She says, thank you, Witumelo, for such an insightful presentation. What is the feasibility of achieving equality in access to resources between urban and rural learners, given the many challenges associated with rural setups?
Witumelo?
Yeah. So I don't want us to make it about Witumelo, because Witumelo came in to be the mouthpiece. But I think it's a collective discussion that everybody else in this room is affected by it, right? So it must be a discussion that, when I look at this room, I think we are all equipped, can answer some of these questions. I don't have all the answers. But I also want to say that in terms of the rollout, we need to look at, I think that's the starting point. One, embracing AI. Once it's embraced, we will understand how we can empower ourselves in those digital skills. When we are done, then we look at our policies we look at our regulations and making sure that they are aligned with the latest trends in the market and what is happening around us. Because we need to be relevant. We cannot embrace without aligning ourselves, and hence that's, right now there is still that struggle between the use of AI, even in academics, because we still don't have ways or clear regulations in terms of how AI it's supposed to be used. So one, we need to embrace and ensure that ethical AI use is being done. I'm talking about when we roll out. When we start rolling out as well, we need to ensure that everybody else is skilled. We embrace the innovation around the use of AI. Collaboration must always be in the forefront. And also making sure that we expand our investments in ensuring that our rural areas and because those are the kind of disparities that we come with. So in terms of ensuring that there is a clear rollout, we need to ensure that the technology is being embraced. There is also elements around ethics, because once we can understand and manage the ethical use of these technologies, we will be able to move forward with integrity and credibility as South Africa, because otherwise it will be misused. Yes, accessibility becomes a real issue. I hope I answered, Prof. Yeah, accessibility becomes a real issue. And hence, you will see that in my presentation, I focused on it because I believe in inclusivity. I believe that if we are going to go the digital age route, we must not be leaving people behind, because technology of Society 5.0, it's about lifting everyone up and ensuring that there is no, we fulfill, or we clone the gaps of that digital gaps. So that is always going to be a way in which we need to move going forward in ensuring that there is that accessibility for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dumelo. For the second time now, I'm inviting you to come to the podium, please. No, you must follow my instructions, please. I'm the MC. On the podium, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite the acting COD of the Department of Information Science, Professor Sarombe. I can see her. She has just arrived from overseas. A round of applause for our acting COD, please. And then, Mantisa, can you assist with that thing? Oh. Cameras, where are you?
Should we stand there? Should we stand here? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Colleagues, we are going to proceed with our program, but from my producers, they are saying some of the people are here, some of our delegates are here. I can see Musari is here, but unfortunately Musari is without this tag. Please make sure that you put your text on. If you don't have a tag and you are here, you know, we raise our eyebrows. Okay, colleagues, without any waste of time, we are now going to get to our conference speakers. And remember, each conference speaker will be given only 15 minutes. And our first conference speaker is Professor Isabel Shelnek-Kelly, and then her title is Citizen Science and the Impact of Social Media Relating to Environmental Conservation Undertakings in South Africa. Prof, the stage is yours. A round of applause for our Prof. Technicians, can you please come and assist us?
It's a citizen science one, that one, yeah. I don't want you to sign in. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, all right. Okay, good morning, everyone. As a few of you may know, my interest has actually come from the archives and the records management environment. But as with recent readings and stuff, we also can't ignore the contribution of social media to our professions as information scientists. So I have looked specifically at citizen science, which is a fairly new development in the field of information science, and using this to look at environmental issues and how environmental conservation is communicated through this medium. I also have a strong link with postmodernism as being my approach, and I actually have a personal interest in environmental conservation, preserving the environment and endangered species, so this has taken my interest. Okay, I'm not too sure how, okay, it is displayed. All right, so, okay, so citizen science and social media have emerged as transformative tools in environmental conservation, enabling greater public participation and awareness. By leveraging platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, South Africans from diverse backgrounds can contribute to data collection, advocacy, and education efforts. These tools are instrumental in engaging younger generations, particularly Generation Z, who are active digital users and are pivotal in shaping future conservation practices. The intersection of technology, citizen science, and storytelling provide innovative avenues for South Africa to tackle its conservation challenges while promoting a sense of shared responsibility for preserving its rich biodiversity. So policies such as the National Environmental Management Act and biodiversity-focused initiatives aim to regulate human activities and promote sustainable use of natural resources. And in addition, national parks like Kruger and the Unilisa Wetland Park serve as critical biodiversity hotspots and are key to ecotourism, which contributes significantly to the economy. Despite these efforts, gaps remain in the equitable implementation of conservation strategies, particularly in marginalized communities that often depend on natural resources for their livelihoods. Addressing these gaps requires a collaborative and inclusive approach to conservation involving not only experts but also ordinary citizens. So the importance of citizen science is to bridge public participation with scientific research. And I've highlighted here an example of the South African Bird Atlas project, where it traces migration strategies of the birds. And a particular example of such a project is in the Kruger National Park. If you were to spot a ground hornbill, which is a big black bird, these people are generally encouraged, or visitors are generally encouraged to take photographs and to actually recognize and to track the GPS location of where these birds have been seen to check on the biodiversity of these information. So this involves community involvement in getting data collected. Social media platforms are playing a big role in environmental conservation. And I looked at platforms like Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, where there's a strong element of storytelling and community building. And we have projects such as Save the Rhino or Plastic-Free Oceans. Many other causes are also highlighted, but I've chosen these as a few of my examples. The methodology that I'd used was a qualitative research methodology with a specific focus on narrative analysis to explore the social media in citizen science initiatives for environmental conservation in South Africa and in Africa in general. By analyzing content on platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, this research seeks to uncover patterns in storytelling, user interactions, and the mobilization of individuals for conservation efforts. The method allows for a nuanced understanding of how social media narratives shape perceptions and actions related to biodiversity preservation. Data collection involves a dual approach of observing social media platforms and using open-ended questionnaires to gather insights from selected users. Observational data is derived from monitoring posts, videos, and other user interactions on platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok, focusing on accounts dedicated to wildlife and marine conservation. So some of the findings that I have, a couple of years ago, I undertook a study to look at how Facebook posts were being used by the Kruger National Park for different purposes. Some of the sites were being used to track animal activity. Others were to be used as educational tools for people who maybe don't have the opportunity to see the wildlife, that they can experience it on the social media. And then there was another site for the Kruger National Park history, which gave regular accounts of how things had changed in the Kruger Park for this. So there are various, it was quite an interesting study, and it's actually received quite a lot of feedback from people who reviewed it. The other site I used was Instagram. I found a couple of sites, a project called Save the Elephants, which is run in Kenya, basically tracking the movement of elephants in their environments and to see where there's conflict with human settlements, and to try and track and monitor those. And then, as I described earlier, the bird life of South Africa, where this one in particular is looking at vulture migration patterns in South Africa. Okay, on TikTok, I found a couple of sites focusing on Eco Africa, which looks at lion populations in the Serengeti, and then a Vulture Watch Africa, which also looks at vulture protection, and this one is specifically running in Kenya. YouTube also has their collection. There's an African environment carnivore wild book, which looks at the migration patterns of things like lions, leopards, and cheetahs, looking at how these animals move about, and then a convention on biological biodiversity. Social media is a powerful catalyst for citizens involved in conservation, fundamentally changing the way individuals engage with environmental issues. Platforms like Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube serve as dynamic spaces for raising awareness, sharing success stories, and mobilizing civil collective action. Furthermore, the interactive nature of social media fosters a participatory culture where users actively contribute to discussions, share data, and influence decision-making process, making them integral stakeholders in conservation efforts. Okay, so in my conclusion, citizen science and social media are actually crucial for environmental conservation. And as I'm sure you can see, I've chosen one social cause, being nature conservation, but there are obviously many other causes that citizen science can also be used for. So there's lots of potential for future research. And I also actually want to encourage you. Tomorrow morning we're going to have 3 students from UNISA. They're not, one of them was from information science, but they actually put a project together where they engaged with indigenous knowledge, storytelling, and they actually developed a game with their technology. They're part of the Generation Z. They used the technology to create a game that can actually be accessed on social media. So they've actually shown how Generation Z wants to interact with information going forward. So the integration of citizen science, social media and storytelling offers immense potential for broader conservation contexts. Citizen science initiatives empower ordinary citizens to play an active role in documenting and protecting biodiversity, while storytelling bridges the gap between scientific knowledge and public understanding. Combined with the expansive reach of social media, these elements create a powerful framework for fostering global collaboration in tackling environmental challenges. Beyond South Africa, this approach can be adapted to other regions with similar biodiversity challenges, ensuring the conservation efforts are inclusive, scalable, and culturally relevant. The convergence of social media, citizen science, and storytelling presents a transformative opportunity for conservation efforts in South Africa and beyond. By fostering a participatory culture, leveraging the power of digital narratives, conservation organizations can inspire collective action and drive meaningful change. Future efforts should be built on insights gained from this research, refining strategies to ensure that these tools are effectively used to protect biodiversity and promote environmental stewardship. So the idea is to call for action, engaging participation in citizen science, engaging regular people to interact and learn, and especially to try and inspire our Generation Z to be involved with social media for real-world impact. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Isabel Kelly. Colleagues, from her presentation, you can see that our field of study, which is information science, is now very, very broad and very, very huge. We are now in aviation, we are in marine studies, we are almost everywhere. Because remember, almost all these things are dealing with information. So as long as information science is there, we are there as information science researchers. Without any waste of time, I'm going to call the 2 speakers, Dr. Mpilo Mthembu and Prof. Dennis Ochola. Their topic is Towards Research Data Management Framework for Public Libraries in South Africa. A round of applause for Dr. Technicians, please assist us.
Yeah. Thank you. Morning, colleagues. I'm Mpilo Mthembu from the University of Zululand, and it's such a wonderful experience to share my co-authored paper with Professor Ochola, which is entitled Towards Research Data Management Framework for Public Universities in South Africa. And our presentation will cover the displayed items. Research data management has emerged as a crucial area within the broader fields of information science as well as information and knowledge management. And we've noted several theoretical models that are being employed to facilitate the proper management of research data within the institutions or organizations that are dealing with abundant research data, including universities, libraries, data centers, and so forth. And among those theoretical models, we're talking about community capability model framework, digital curation center, life cycle model, data audit framework, as well as collaborative assessment of research data, infrastructure, and objectives. And we have noted that the functions of the theoretical models or frameworks are closely associated with the functions of the RDM policies, as noted by a few scholars that RDM policies are critical in formalizing research data management within institutions, of which significantly promotes research quality, integrity, collaboration, as well as securing funding for institutions. And the current study is underpinned by an observation that you have made that there is no comprehensive RDM framework that has been developed, implemented, and accepted in South Africa or even in the African continent, of which it could be 3 study participants as I've highlighted. However, in this question, because this emanates from a larger study which investigated the research data management services in selected public universities in South Africa. So out of targeted 23 study participants, 22 responded, of which gave us the 97%. Then there were several propositions that were brought forth by our study participants with regards to the development of an RDM framework for our country's public universities. Then collaboration was noted by the majority of the study participants, and they also noted the development of a central database. Then with regards to the quantitative aspect of the collected data, out of 30 NRF rated researchers that we targeted, 23 responded to this question, of which gave us 77% of response rates. And we note a great percentage as being uncertain of how exactly could be done to develop an RDM framework. However, it is encouraging to note that a significant amount of our participants also noted collaboration as the key, of which concurs with the findings from the qualitative aspect of the collected data. And they also highlighted the development of central database as most crucial, as well as the development of policies providing awareness and the capability development. And displayed is our proposed framework, which is tied together by collaboration, and each party has a crucial role to play. For example, the Department of Higher Education and Training is responsible for the development or formulation of an RDM policy, as it normally does with the rest of the policies that are normally used in higher learning institutions. And DHET also has a crucial role in the provision of relevant infrastructure as well as resources to support the proper provision of RDM within the higher learning institutions. Then in an institutional level, universities have a crucial role to also develop their own policies at an institutional level, as well as capacitating their staff so that they can provide the services of RDM efficiently and effectively. Then in the faculty level, this party has a crucial role in the implementation of the RDM policy, as well as doing the regular monitoring and evaluation to see the progress of the implemented policies as well as the framework. Then the library again has a crucial role to play with regards to the implementation of the policy as well as marketing of the research data services. The research office has a crucial role in terms of securing the funding to facilitate the smooth offering of the RTM services within the higher learning institution. Then data governance groups has also a significant role in terms of securing funding for institutions as well as promoting the science engagement. Then the researchers, these are the key role players because they are responsible for the creation of research data, sharing that research data as well as publishing it. Then the collaboration should take place across all the elements that we've just highlighted in our framework. For instance, DHT should collaborate with the universities, the research office with the library, as well as the faculties and the rest, as you can see. Then to conclude, we note collaboration as a critical element towards the development of a uniform RTM framework for our public universities in the country. Then we note collaboration as one of the CCMF framework to have largely influenced our proposed RTM framework. And collaboration is in this sense critical as it will enable the universities to share resources, including tool adoption, skill development, knowledge exchange challenges, as well as potential opportunities. And also the development of a central database is highly significant. Also the development of comprehensive RTM policy, as well as the creation of awareness and providing the relevant training. Then in light of the highlighted conclusions, we recommend a strong strengthening of sustainable and formal partnerships among universities as well as relevant stakeholders, and also the development of a national data repository whereby universities will deposit their research works. And again, the development of a standardized RTM framework. Also the proper training as well as awareness. Then the study has some limitations as it has primarily focused on a developing country, specifically within the public universities in the country. Therefore, future research could focus on other institutions, including the private ones, the countries and regions beyond the study context. And the study has some implications as its relevance extends beyond this specific context, and it is hoped that the study will inform RTM in South Africa and elsewhere with similar government and institutional structures. And finally, it may also be available for comparative studies, and these are the selected references. And the slide brings us to the end of our presentation. The questions can be directed to my co-author, Professor Ochola. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbilo Mthembu. Colleagues, very, very important. You must know that South Africa is a melting pot. I'm now going to serve as a migration officer. Please allow me to immigrate the following celebrities from session number 5 to session number 4. The following colleagues are issued with visas to migrate from session 5 to session 4. Their names are Sisakele Ngosi, Fatima Daris, and Dr. Daniel Mosako Rangali. Please come to the stage for your presentation. Your visas are issued. A round of applause for them, please.
So you're the...
All right, thank you very much. I'm so grateful to have received a visa. Now, going through customs, usually you don't even smile at the officers because they'll look into your eyes and go like, stand aside. So I just had to stand back. It's for everything to be done. Where I've got okay, wonderful. Now, seeing Dr. Refil on my set, I think my stick is shaky. But I think what maybe Timur said earlier on is that this is a collective. When the question comes, I'll do this and they bounce back and then we do it. Thank you very much. Wonderful. We may have the slides on. Good. Well, where is Fatima? Okay, but it's fine. The title goes like that. It's a scholarship and practice on information resource content management. That means we're looking into the way these contents that are aligned to what Member said earlier on can be created so that sourcing it and dealing with it can be relevant to the current society. Even the question that was raised to her that we should consider the rural community as well, so that they should not see this technology flying over us and go like, what's happening? And then they get left behind. So we should also make provision for our students or students at the ODL institutions who are based in rural spaces, whereby they need to raise a cell phone to catch a frequency. Now, the outline of the presentation will be as follows. I will be looking into introduction, the problem statement, academically, Professor Chola's teachings that we need to formalize on which methodology was adopted in doing the study and the data analysis procedures. Therefore, we'll do with the recommendations and ultimately the conclusion. Now, the problem statement which exists at the moment is that there are several hindrances that deal with society 5.0, which we may say is the looming fifth industrial revolution. And I love what Maybe Tumela said. She started with society 1.0, which we usually call industrial revolution 1.0. Then whereby arable land was used, then we moved to the Josie establishment, the ghetto establishment, people living around the space of employment. Then that is industrialization, industrial 3.0, then 4.0 being an industrial revolution, where technology and that Mudiba going and Dr. Matope going on that very field. Then we jump into another field. I think that's what Professor Mtambira said yesterday, that quantum society, quantum computing is coming in, so we need to be prepared. However, we cannot just quantum leap, we just need to go by steps, okay? So this is how it goes. We are saying, advancing this futuristic society, we are looking at technology integration into human practices. Technology alone, that's what she kept on saying, cannot be the ultimate. Human intervention is to come in. Human interpretation is coming, not into the programming, but into the collaboration, cohesion type of working. However, there's a challenge. There's a challenge whereby change management in environment spaces exists. All remember when the back 2000 said computers are coming, people are going to lose their jobs, computers are going to take people's jobs. So there was a human resistance towards change management. But change management had to happen. Today we cannot live without our devices. You see someone in a bus coming to work on a laptop because the world is so much advanced, we're embracing it. So we may as well embrace Society 5.0. However, there are challenges. The adoption rate and adaptation rate is very slow, because people go like, I'm doing this, I've been doing this for 15 years. Why should I allow a digital technology or a robotic system to come and help me? I can do it better. However, even when you allow the robotic system, they go like, okay, there's a robot doing, let me stand back. Then the robot has got to do the hindrances in dealing with the rural society, for example. Then the copyright consent that was raised yesterday needs to be in, so that the copyright amended law of 1978 can come into practice. We may go to what Dr. Madiren said, catalogers photocopy the whole book, and then they do what they acknowledge by doing the citation and the referencing. They divide it into the APA in Harvard style, in Chicago style as well. So in a way, they acknowledge that practice is very good. So we need to consider the copyright laws and consents and limitation of technical skills. We may have devices and technology. We do understand they'll go obsolete at some stage, but when they do that, we must have an research management program. The program is going to be extended in 2000, probably 2030. So let's look into how we can intervene into the adaptation part of it. So technological advancement and skill and then troubleshooting skill needs to be very much advanced. So employers and employers need to be prepared to reskill their employees or our employees or maybe the workforce in such a way that the machine is oiled, not to say we depend on technology, which can be very hindering. Now, in the introduction part of it, I just need to say Society 5.0 has been introduced. What I'm doing now, I'm saving what has been said since yesterday to today. This is a very big wave, but I'm saving, I'm holding on to it. But I'm saying human integration into the utilization of technology is critically imperative and important. Those are not my words, but it's words of a lecturer from UP and Fogo who said this in 2024. And then I just need to say again, it is important to combine the super smart society that we envisage with the super smart technology so that the links like tantrums on a chromosome need to link past the message. Because what painkillers do, they don't kill the pain, they numb the tantrums of the chromosome, then the pain doesn't get to be transferred. So let the tantrums be alert so the message can be transferred. Human beings and machines can deal together or work together. So libraries and information services rather can contribute to this very advancement of digital scholarship. Then we move to what we call digital libraries. Then we may have a component of digital library within. Remember when the libraries were established, they were holding books. Then he said, no, there's audiovisual. There was an audiovisual section within the library. So you may as well as digital libraries within the normal library, whereby all this high, fast-track society can be able to interact, whereas we are considering the rural who are not yet there. Now, the objective of the study is that we want to develop a particular a synergized model whereby content that is developed within the library is relevant for the current society or the vintage society, so that there should be effective and efficient data mining skills. And evaluating this all the time. When we evaluate, we send an assessment form on the frequently asked questions so that we can always refine our machinery, especially when we come to utilization and service provision. Going further, we just need to say we need to establish this very model in such a way that it synergizes between the fourth industrial revolution, which is Society 4.0, as maybe Tumela said, with the envisaged 5.0, as well as the high or quantum computing, as Professor Mutambira mentioned yesterday. Then we will have smart societies handling smart artificial intelligence with smart tools for smart outcomes. We said when researchers do research, we don't go to the library and say, here's my research keywords, get me the material. They'll give you voluminous books, they sit next to you, you start doing one by one reading them. Today we don't do that. They give you about 100 PDF articles. You combine them into one single PDF combined documents, then you put them into an intelligence machine and go like, only synthesize only on things that talk about smart libraries. Of all the 100 copies, they'll select smart libraries, highlight them, that's what you summarize. They can even summarize for you, but stay away from being summarized for, because then the Tenetine will pick it up. So you summarize it first, but already dealt with 100 documents within a short space of time. Now, the methodology that was applied, oh yeah, he's looking down. The methodology that was applied in dealing with this studies, that qualitative research was used, and an electronic data collection system was used. We sent a survey or a questionnaire through Google Forms, and it was received. When it was received, it was not sent to the general. It was sent to the prototype, the pilot study. And then we also used a non-obtrusive observation. Within the very content development unit, we kept on moving and then doing what we call conversation interviews. How do you use this tool? How does it work? You know, employees are very good. Actually, should I say my colleagues are very good. or we are very good as a collective. That when you complain freely, you go like, this system doesn't work. I don't know why you don't buy the recent one. You take a note, you make observation notes in a non-obtrusive manner. Then these notes are synthesized and analyzed using thematic data analysis. Then you go like, no, the machines need to be upgraded. Obsolescence is coming now. This is how we can refine and prepare ourselves for the coming society. Now, through this observation note, this is what was done. Professional decision making was lagging behind because the machines were not coming in time. So when this is done, decision making is done when we buy a new machine tomorrow, we upgrade. At the moment, the library, when we come to it now, we are going digital libraries. The floor, the foyer is no more using papers that cannot be read anymore. Digital technology is coming in. Then you can load 60 slides, but you go like you loop them and then they run day by day. Tomorrow is this one, tomorrow is this one. But the whole week people have seen different content because those who saw content yesterday don't like to read the same content anyway. Now, just open science, which is normal called open access. Open science is coming into play, and it's got several categories. There is the green one, there is the gold one. I think the platinum is looming in, whereby you can self-upload, whereby the catalogers need to synthesize the information that gets to be uploaded, because there is fake news as well, fake references. And someone said we've got pre-data journals. They can come into the loop. When an institution loads a pre-data journal, the reputation of the institution falls to the ground. So they need to be, the catalogers need to do their work very well. And uploading this and marketing very well, we've got institutional repository, Dr. You're listening? Yes. Thanks a lot for your inputs. Good. This one needs to be marketed extensively within the department. Professor Ngape keeps on saying we are not loading what we need to load, what we write about, how can we be cited, whereas other institutions are giving an incentive on upload. When you upload so much at a time, you get a particular incentive. So they are incentivizing their scholars to upload on the institutional repository so that they can be cited. However, when they get be cited and then the RIMS comes in, institutions are getting the cues of the traffic of the money from the Department of Higher Education. So I'm saying we also need to speed up the digitization of all electronic theses and dissertations. So the scanning process is that of PDF at the moment. When we do know there is smart PDFs, a PDF that can be able to be edited and then search easily or easier than being voluminous. Okay, I'm moving very fast. Then we need to curate this content and preserve it accordingly. Digital preservation comes into play. We've got digital curation as well of archival material that is being used by Bumem Lifuninele Library. Now, the questions as the data collection was collected, this is how data was collected and analyzed. Now, a question was asked to the masses on how to create an awareness. The responses that came were sensitizing that we can go through social media. That is our Office of Itumele is doing that. And then there's also workshops that have been done by Dr. Nteta. And then we go like, all this can be a tool, but they are still limited. Then the second question was asked, how can the challenges that hinder effective promotion of institutional repositories be dealt with? Then the responses come like that. No, uncertainties need to be removed by not only that all content that goes into the repository is not clouding the repository, because when you search, it may freeze. So we need to speed up the machinery from behind as well. And another question that was asked is that, how do we measure success this way? They go like, we use feedback, user feedbacks, and then we check on citation rates of those very documents or those scholars who were uploaded on these repositories. Then we go like that, no, we need to campaign more, strategize on the campaigns. And the questions also asked, the guidelines for the cost effectiveness of hard copy resources versus electronic resources. Then this is cost. I mean, I think someone from VET yesterday said, Mr. Bloss said yesterday that when we consider libraries, they are the most resourced, most thought of in any form when budget comes out. So we need to advocate, EDs need to advocate for higher budgets. They must be the advanced one, say there's no institution that can exist without the brain cell being the library. And the other questions are those I just need to round up quickly. And what strategies were used to identify the gaps? They say the open access mandates were also used. These were responses and synthesized. So these are the questions were dealt with. Now, how incentives were done can be adopted for the incentivization of people uploading. We need to create a fund for incentivizing the people. Or perhaps you get a book, or perhaps you get to have a gold uploading credit, like when a learner in preschool gets to answer the question right, they get a star, and they carry the star back home to say to mom, I did it very well. I answered the question, that's cool. So incentivization is important. So dealing with the barriers regarding this uploading, so funding must be dealt with by management. Technical skills recapacitating and in-house trainings must also be prioritized. So the questions, I'm rushing through this, how to go. What challenges are perceived in order to say, we want to upload African content, but we are struggling. Say, let's keep it as a priority. I think Professor Mutamira said, when a cell phone is designed from local, you don't want it. You want a Motorola that has gone extinct still, or is resuscitated. But check home content. Let's prioritize on uploading and digitizing home written content, so that we say, here we are, the content scholars, African scholars are also created access into our repositories. So the tools and the protocols also updated there for the digital content. We do know that that is there with us, so metadata schemes need to be adopted. They've got reforms that were taught earlier on, the physical, electronic ones, and they also need to be incorporated. I hope that's not my cue. All right, okay, let me just rush. All right, and then this how then we went to the pie charts of the whole data that was synthesized. So remember, I said this is a pilot study. So upon these corrections, we sit again with my peer co-presenters. We're going to make a more formalized data collection tool to the same group of people and expand it to other institutions with the ethical clearance obtained, of course. Then we'll be synthesizing this question. But the pilot study came up with this result for the same questions that were asked earlier on. I'm rushing through, and I just need to say the findings of this very pilot study informed the refinement of the data collection tool that is now coming up. 17% said partnership is important. Collaboration is the way to go. I think I really embrace when open access was done yesterday, when they said, let's collaborate. UP collaborated with UNISA and then envisaged for other ones. And then when copyright clauses were handled, TUT, UP, and UNISA collaborated in sharing skills and ideas, challenges on how copyright can be done. Let's go also with Tumela's way, collaboration all the way. All right, the recommendations are as follows. We just need to prioritize on purchasing spaces, because when we get electronic data or electronic sources, they are limited to certain users. 100 users at a go, the next 101 won't be able to access that information, because already we bought a license for 100 users at a go. So let's expand the bandwidth for enrichment of the program qualification mix that we have in our institutions. And then another one is that we need to adopt open access size, open science rather, and then go for the platinum as well. We refine what needs to be uploaded. We sift all the pre-data data that is not refined and accessed. Predatory scholars should be taken out of their form. And we need to enhance our institutional repositories. It should be the flagship of the institution, so that when one needs to search something, we don't even go to Google Scholar. We go to the institutional repository to search for our written sources. Conclusion, I say this needs to be adapted. We need to advance the Society 5.0 by actually embracing evidence-based purchasing, so that when we purchase, we see that the content is not used, we evaluate, we refine with the departments, go like, what material do you use for your next curriculum? Then we buy accordingly, digitally so anyway. So we made minus the de-weeding or de-weeding processes in institutions. Now, in a visual form, this is how it goes. Information Content Resource Management Unit has got this unit, and this unit has got to do the following. And when doing the following, this is what's going to happen. Market it well. Over and above again, there's got this evidence base. And when the evidence base is considered, this has got to happen at the unit. We need to purchase accordingly. And when we purchase accordingly, here's our glory. And then we get intelligence. Let the systems talk to another system, and then the human come in, go like, we saved it now. This source was not used for the past month. That means it's not good. Content is not well. So we look at it, the index of the content and the table of contents, then we refine them. Then we go to the department. What teachings are we bringing? So library sector, I am an artist, but I found myself there. I'm enjoying the space. It's amazing. Thank you. Okay, digital scholarship goes on, and then within the department, this is what we should be doing as a teacher. Let's embrace open science for all those categories: green, gold, platinum. And when we do, here's our glory. We'll be able to enhance our collection amazingly so. Okay, and then we do need to decolonize our material and add Africanism into it. Let's believe into African content developed, we upload it. And when we upload it, here's our glory. Now we have African Digital Scholarship acknowledged, and then here's our crown. We need to conserve and curate it accordingly. Lastly, for born digital material, we need to archive it accordingly, and when we do that, this one will be taken care of, because it's something new that we don't know how to handle it. We're still going like this, how it can be done. Perhaps when we do have workshop of inter-institutional collaboration, then another institution say, now, we bought this is how we used it, then we share ideas from there. The EDC, let's have that mobilization going on. Once this is our last one, then we go like, let's promote our digital content extensively. Let's talk about institutions. I mean, as we are here to network. I already networked with vets and are collaborating with vets, and I have a scholar from that end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mosako. I'm happy to announce that your visas are now revoked. Without wasting any time, the time is 27 minutes to 11 o'clock. We are a little bit behind the time. And then I'm going to call Anangula and Menete Shatona. Their title is A Narrative of Two Librarians Teaching Students with Disabilities. A round of applause for them, please.
This is not mine.
It's this one.
You have only 15 minutes.
So I hope it's not being affected by this.
Which one is it?
I don't know. Yesterday I had to use a different, so I don't know if it's.
There's a name here.
No. Which one do you have, sir?
This one, A Narrative of Two Librarians.
Because this one is not the right one. It's the one I did yesterday. There was a mess up. It appeared twice.
Yeah, but on this one, look at this one. This one.
This one I presented already yesterday.
Sure.
Yes. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah. Talk to two.
No, I'm saying the topic which is here is the one I presented yesterday.
He said he loaded two.
And the one
Can I take
that I need to present is not
so that you can sort out this.
Yeah.
Let's take another speaker. He said
Okay.
even the latest.
Okay. Okay.
I will
So
sit down.
Yeah.
you sort it out.
Yeah.
And then he will speak. He will speak after him.
Okay.
Colleagues, my apology for these technical glitches. They do okay. And we apologize for inconveniences. Thank you very much. Without wasting a lot of time, I'm now going to call Malire Monyela. Her title is Social Cataloging Applications, Implications for Cataloging Practices in Public Libraries. Malire Monyela, where are you? Oh, she's coming. A round of applause for her, please.
That's the title of the presentation.
This one, social cataloging applications.
Keep going.
Is it not this presentation?
Ask. Unilisa presentation. Why is it not written my name?
Because these are the presentation for day 2.
Ask Modier.
Is it visible?
Hey, I keep on kissing the Modier. I keep on that's what I know is
Okay, Dr. Mo, can you please come to the podium?
maybe I just why when I see her. We save it, come on.
Yeah, we know applications of.
Social cataloging.
Yeah.
You're saying the for
Social cataloging
Yeah.
application.
we load the Kalina number.
In fact, can I get laptop?
Colleagues, do you hear me? If you know that you are going to be a speaker, please ensure that your presentation is uploaded, because we are experiencing, I don't want to call them unnecessary technical glitches, but we do experience technical glitches. Please make sure that your presentation is uploaded if you know that you are going to be a speaker. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Munyela.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Madiri Munyela from the University of Limpopo. I'm a friend of Unilisa. Every Unilisa conference, I make sure that I attend. My topic is social cataloging applications, implications for cataloging practices in public libraries. Suggestions for cataloging practices in public libraries. I'm going to look at what is social cataloging, the problem, why did I even talk about social cataloging, the methodology, how did I come about my findings, and so what from here. Now, I'm going to be very brief. Social cataloging applications are free online tools that cater for collective cataloging. I'm glad because today we've been talking about collaboration. It's collective cataloging among the users and the catalogers. What does it mean? It simply means we give the users now a chance to contribute to the catalog of the library. The users will contribute through the text, the ratings, the reviews. They will also add the subjects and other annotations, such as the authors, the 600, for example, to my fellow catalogers and everyone who is in this house. These are the free tools, social cataloging sites that can be used. Now, let me proceed. Why did I even think about researching about social cataloging? What is the problem? Now, I found that many libraries don't have OPEC to access information sources. So their users visit the libraries. So that was a very serious problem during the COVID-19. Even if the libraries had the drop zone, how would they then send their books or those information sources in print to the users without the users accessing the catalog? Furthermore, several studies established that users may not understand the vocabulary control used in cataloging. You know, we use the subject heading, the Library of Congress subject heading, the CS list, we use vocabulary control. And another thing, the catalogers themselves may not understand African names and non-Roman names. They may not understand what they mean and how to catalog them. For example, some names have certain meanings, especially African names, attached to them relating to events, people, spirits, or places. An example is the name of the late Kenyan former president, Daniel Arap Moi. His name is Daniel Arap Moi. In the context of his name, Arap means son of. Now, in the context of his name, in Central Province in Kenya, they would call him Daniel Wamoi. In Nyanza Province, they would call him Daniel K. Kamoi, K with apostrophe. I know President Ruto is William Arap Ruto, but I'm not going to say Arap in the context of his name. It means son of. So I want you to see the authority record, the subject record of Arap Moi. This is how it appears in the Library of Congress subject heading. In the facilitated application of subject terminology, Moi Daniel Arap lost its meaning. Moi Daniel, son of, it lost of me. His name is Daniel, the son of Moi. Now, again, challenges of subject heading for the works expressed in foreign languages or system it's a very serious problem for cataloguers to assign subject heading of those kind of names. So why don't we bring in the users as well to contribute to the catalog? Why? Because bibliographic records without subject headings could hinder access to those manifestations. And one found that less than 1% of world newsreels online contained subject terms. I'm talking to the public libraries, the fiction work, the literary work. Now, providing access to literary work due to lack of subject heading for fictions and belly letters and grey literature remain a challenge for catalogers and metadata librarians. So, due to those problems, these researchers discovered social cataloging sites such as Library Things and Goodreads. They appeared in the mid-late 2000s, which called for addressing the limitation of library cataloging. Now, these other authors compared the LT is the library things, text, the text that the users has uploaded on the records, and the LCSH subject headings. LCSH are those we as catalogers we upload for the literary work, and they found that there were more LT texts other than the LCSH. Why? Because with the LT text they were just using free language. With us, we are confined to the objectives. Shall be quick. To establish the benefits of social cataloging applications, to cataloging, to explore the challenges of social cataloging applications, to identify strategies to adopt social cataloging in libraries. Of course, I used the literature review findings. The vocabulary directly reflects the user's vocabulary. They use free language so they would understand that language. User-generated text reflects users' language needs and conception of information. To changes of user vocabulary and needs, remember they are going to tag each other and they're going to review, so others will be able to read those books. They could see from their reviews that, okay, actually I need this book. So it will increase reading in libraries. Text reviews and rating hold similar potential to reveal a more emotional impact and user reading experience. User-generated metadata and librarian-controlled metadata is what we need, because the weakness of the other, it will be held by the strength of the other. Users share items and tag each other. Users may draw another user's bookmark and text to expand their own, including resources that they may have previously not been unaware of. It also allows copy cataloging through the Z3950 from the OCLC and the Library of Congress. It does. Both the users and the catalogers exercise their voice as to what the information resources is about. I gave an example of one more. With Arab Moi, of course, the catalogers were forced to start with the author. To start with the surname of the author. But then when the users, especially from the country of the author, would know the name and how to transcribe it, because they are not even confined to use the subjects heading, such as the mesh, the vocabulary or control subject heading. Yes, there would be challenges, because now tagging is just simple. The simplicity in tagging can result in poorly applied tags due to different syntaxes. I was waiting for Prof. Mwepe to ask him what is Semotwana in English. Due to different Semotwana, Prof. Mwepe would assist in English. In Limpopo, dialects, thank you, Prof. Yeah, to the different dialects, thank you so much. In Limpopo Muleti, we'll speak different dialects, but it's still Sepedi. In Mangwen, we'll use different dialects, but it's still Sepedi. Thank you, Prof. Now, due to the semantics, remember, when we use the vocabulary controls like our mesh, our LCSH, we use semantic relationships among the terms. But then when the users are tagging, they don't have anything to guide them on how to use the semantics. So lack of mechanisms, we know, we saw, yes, there could be some challenges there. But now, strategies to adopt social cataloging in libraries. What do we do? Although there are challenges, yes, we notify them, but then what do we do? Yes, the catalogers, the libraries that already have the catalog may add the social discovery overlay to their catalog for capturing metadata to allow the users to contribute to the existing catalog. But the libraries that don't have cataloging system, then they may use the Library of Congress. They may use the social cataloging because it's free tools. The users will be able to input their text on the records. The libraries will be able to create the metadata on those records, and it has the social discovery tool where the users can be able to include their text. Of course, we will need policies and guidelines in social cataloging. Of course, we will need a social cataloging workshops, Africa. The extent of the use of information sources depend greatly on the access and the quality of the catalog, my fellow librarians. Exploited properly, the social cataloging can complement the controlled vocab catalog as a unit as cataloging. We need every possible manpower, whatever we can, in order for our catalog to satisfy the users. Now, going forward, in every presentation, I am saying the library is a dynamic institution. It is never static in its outlook. That was Ranganathan in 1931. Today is Munyela in 2025. Now, the libraries, what do I recommend? The libraries could adopt social discovery tools, establish policies, of course, on social cataloging. We must research about AI in social cataloging, frameworks for social cataloging. Today, I'm in a stage of professors at UNISA who establish frameworks. So I'm calling them that let's establish frameworks for social cataloging. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munyela. Colleagues, without wasting time, I'm going to try again. Anangula and Menete Shatona.
Yeah, it's this one. This one, okay. Let's close this one.
Yeah. HDMI. Wi-Fi. Yeah, it's happening. Yeah. Okay, sir.
But how do I make it?
Is it okay?
Good morning. My apology for that. Actually, this article is presented or is done in collaboration with one of my colleagues, Ms. Astrida Samupwe. She could not attend. So it's actually a narrative or two librarians who are contracted as part-time lecturers and teaching students with disabilities for the first time. So we just want to narrate our lived experience in terms of the confusion and everything that we have to go through. So disability is defined as some sort of impairment, whether physically, mentally, and so forth, that actually affects a person in terms of their day-to-day activities compared to those without disabilities. And disability can be temporary or permanent. It's something that one sometimes is born with, or sometimes it can happen later in life, but people with disability are part of us, and we live in a society where we actually have to cater for their needs. So sometimes, as per the literature, people with disability, especially in Africa, they are seen to be those who lack certain capacities and other certain, hindering the possibility of becoming effective or contributing effectively to the society in which we live in. So as I have already indicated, that this is a story that, our story that I'm going to narrate. And in the context of the University of Namibia, as I have already indicated yesterday, that is one of the largest institutions in the country, and as such, it caters for caters for users with social, economic, and other backgrounds, including those with disabilities. So the first case of students with disability at UNAM was in 2004, where we had a student who was blind, completely blind, and a student with deafness. So as such, the university responded by establishing a disability unit, which is supposed to coordinate activities of users with disabilities in terms of other units within the university. And as such, the university also came up with have the disability policy, and the government as well. We have a policy of inclusive learning. So, learning, I think I've said it right. This is all also in line with the SDGs of leaving no one behind and including those with disabilities. So the number of people with disabilities, or students with disability, have been increasing, and I hope this is not just a challenge from UNAM, that the challenge of enrolling students with disabilities is that they have different types of disability. This year you deal with this one, these students who have this type of disability. Next year you get, so as a library and as a university, you have to adjust to make sure that you cater for their needs. So in terms of literature review, the current sources indicate that we have about 1.3 billion people with disabilities. That is 16% of the global population. And inclusive education actually is something that has been or is being advocated for by so many.
I think it is also very important that we teach Generation Z not just to trust everything, that they also need to be skeptical and aware of it, that they don't get misled with the information. But I think maybe that is, as educationists, that's our role to try and guide them, that they follow the right procedures. But I think we can't take it away from Generation Z. They've been brought up with the digital technology, so they are going to go onto the social media sites. They are going to look on TikTok or the AI tools or whatever. So we have to find ways to embrace that information, but to try and help them navigate that they don't get misled in the process. I think maybe as our citizen science part, we need to also have a social impact on what we are teaching and that.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mwebe.
Thank you, Prof. Mine is a comment to me, Dr. Munyela. It is a good topic, but I just want to highlight a few things that people expected libraries that the resources in the library are by default retrievable. That is the assumption that people are having there about libraries. Number one, in the sense that if they see you working in the library, they're just thinking that your work is just to pack books. And for the public library, the other challenge would be skills distribution because of the nature of models of how public libraries are managed in South Africa. For example, the technical part is centralized. So the books are just distributed to the branch libraries. There they just distribute, they are not doing the actual technical part. That is one issue. And then I'm just wondering also that in many years ago I used to write fiction in Northern Sudan and I was using the name Mpoya Gangweb. I'm just wondering how would they put that in the catalog. And fortunately the books were just read at school, not in the public library, but I was just wondering how that would be. But having said that, I just want to challenge you to consider registering a engaged scholarship project in a public library closer to you and focus on the content in that engaged scholarship and then focus on that whether it's crowdsourcing or citizen archives in terms of cataloging so that you practicalize it rather than just talking about it and then you see if it is doable with that small community for over a longer period of time. You should consider taking that challenge. And lastly to Ntate Mosako, digitization and digitalization. I was going to ask the question, but I'm not asking the question. I'm just making suggestion that you should enrich it by looking at which collection in South Africa, except here at UNISA, that have been digitized, and then looking at the issue of sustainability as well, and then for digitalization, look at the issue of migration. Because we have been talking about digitization for over a long period of time, but there's nothing that you can access as a user that has been digitized so far, except the rock art paintings by UP and to some extent by VITS. And then the ANC archives disappeared, and then now we have a UNISA. But and the one at the National Archives is just the tip of the iceberg with the dicta belt. But we've got records that date back as far as 1650s, but they are not retrievable. So I'm just saying that we shouldn't be talking about these things. We should be doing the things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mwepe. The last hand at the back there.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question is directed to Dr. Munyela, and it is going to be very short. So I'd like to know at what stage can the users be involved, or at what stage of the catalog?
Thank you. My question is directed to Dr. Munyela. Dr. Munyela, thank you for a good presentation. I just want to find out to say, we are in Africa, and it's long that in cataloging we are using the DDC, the LSCH, we are using these other systems that are not African. At what stage as Africa are we going to use or start with a new system of Africa that we can use to catalog? Like you indicated that sometimes the names that are there, you can't find them in the DDC. So are we depriving ourselves to be initiative on that item? Thank you.
Dr. Munyela, can you sum up, please?
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the question, at what stage in the cataloging process can users be involved now in the catalog? As Prof. Mwepe said, users expect by default the catalog, the library information sources to be accessible. So is the catalogers first, because the manifestations, the collection is for the library. So the catalogers, they first catalog, then on the social discovery, the users will be able to do their text and their readings and so forth. And the fiction book, Mpho Wangwepe, in the library, if it was in the library, the subject would be Northern Sotho fiction. I also come to the question, when will we have our own standard in Africa? In Africa, we use one bibliographic utility with the whole world globally. We use one bibliographic utility, we upload our books there. So I would suggest that we come up with our supplementary standard. We don't do away with the global world, because we're still part of the global world. We just come up with our own standard, especially for indigenous knowledge, because we're also going to then write them in our own languages. How do we catalog those kind of our own books? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munyela. Colleagues, we have come to the end of this session. It was a very long session, and we do apologize that there were some technical glitches. Like I have indicated, if you know that you are going to be a speaker, please ensure that your presentation is uploaded, because we don't want to waste time. And then I'm going to make only 2 announcements for tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to have an excursion. We'll have a visit to the National Archives of South Africa. And another thing that you must know, tomorrow is a gala dinner. So you must, wear the best to the kill. So njo wana uru apara kubo cha go bolaya. Not tomorrow. Oh, I'm receiving a message from Muckleneuk now. Muckleneuk is saying the execution is on Friday. To the National Archives of South Africa, Muckleneuk. Okay, to the National Archives of South Africa. I repeat, the execution is on Friday to the National Archives of South Africa. And then the gala dinner is tomorrow. So like I have indicated, please stress to kill your enemies. Colleagues, we are going to have a 10 minutes break. I don't know whether tea is still available there. I know that people are hydrated, but some of the people, I saw them drinking water, which is very good, but a health break of about 10 minutes from now. Thank you very much.
We are starting. Announcements, exactly. Yes. Hello, everyone. We are starting. I think we are just going to start because we are running behind time. So I think they are going to join us. We are just going to start because we are running behind time. Good morning, everyone, again. And Madeleine Fombard is my name from the Department of Information Science. And I'm going to be the chair of this late morning session, session 5. I want to welcome you all to session 5. And with the theme scholarship and practice in information and knowledge management to advance a futuristic society. So in this session we talk knowledge management. And as a knowledge management person, I will define Society 5.0 as a knowledge-intensive society where knowledge is created, shared, and used to improve the quality of life and ensure sustainable development and inclusive socioeconomic systems powered by digital technologies. So it's all about inclusivity and sustainable development, KM. That's how we define it in this session. So I will start by introducing you our keynote speaker for this session, who is Dr. Mabaso. Dr. Mabaso, she's an accomplished senior business leader with over 20 years of experience in both the private and public sector. She's currently the senior manager, information and knowledge management at the Air Traffic and Navigation Services in Johannesburg, where she's leading a team of specialists in library management, records management, knowledge management, data analyst, business market intelligence, and digital enterprise content management. She's an alumni from UNISA, where she holds a PhD in information science and a master's in business administration from UNISA School of Business Leadership, a postgraduate diploma in knowledge and information system management from the University of Stellenbosch, postgraduate certificate in knowledge management from the University of Pretoria, and a degree in library information studies at UNISA. She was recently nominated by the American Productivity and Quality Center to share and develop a case study on the successful practice to manage KM-related change and engage users in KM tools. She is the chairperson of the National Library of South Africa, chairperson of the Kitso Lesedi Board, chairperson of Knowledge Management South Africa, member of the National Heritage Council of South Africa, and deputy chairperson of the Committee on Data on the International Science Council. She's also a board member of the Knowledge Management Global Week. For more information on Dr. Mabaso, just Google her. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a round of applause as we welcome our keynote speaker to the stage, Dr. Mabaso.
Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just checking time whether we're still saying good morning or good afternoon. Good morning, colleagues. I'm not sure if our IT guys are going to assist in ensuring that my presentation is projected. While they are still on that, maybe let me just start with the greetings. Sorry. Okay. I don't know what I'm saying. Where's my dear? Okay, I will proceed while waiting for the presentation to be projected. Colleagues, good morning once again, and I would like to acknowledge our esteemed scholars, practitioners, which I want to believe all of us who are here, it's either a scholar or a practitioner or both. And for me, it is such an honor and a privilege to address you this morning. As we all know that this has been a very significant event that we were all looking forward to. And more than anything, it has been a very fruitful conference, which we had yesterday and today, and let alone perhaps the next 2 days, being very, very insightful to us and also to our professional being. Distinguished chairperson of the conference, Dr. Mudiba, and the esteemed chairperson of this session, Professor Pombat, may I humbly request that I do not go through mentioning the esteemed guests individually, but just go straight to say all protocol observed. As you may know and heard the topic from yesterday, it has been introduced. And even today, by our guest speaker earlier on, by Butumelo, who was so insightful and more than anything, very exciting in terms of her presentation. She gave us such a good view. And I was saying to my colleague earlier on to Wisdom when I was sitting there that, Butumelo is giving me a challenge. I must change my presentation, because she actually elevated the discussions, and more than anything, she covered most of the things that I want to believe that they are so significant. And more than anything, as we know as information professionals, you could be a librarian, you could be a knowledge practitioner, knowledge managed practitioner, you could be in the archives, it could be in records management, but there will always be those interrelationships. To a larger extent, you can move from one area to the other, or even end up in a situation like mine where you manage all those areas. So when someone talks, you don't find yourself being lost, but actually you follow the discussion and you find yourself learning more. So thank you very much, Bitumelo, for the session this morning. I personally have learned, and more than anything, I'm very excited that we are all talking the same language. We're not conflicting each other. We're not talking over each other. So well done to that. And I want to actually, again, before I get into the presentation itself, to extend my gratitude to the Department of Information Science here at UNISA. As mentioned earlier on by the program director, I'm the alumna. So you can imagine I'm one of those keep on saying, Viva UNISA, Viva. So I love UNISA. It has made me to be who I am, and I'm very proud to be associated with the name University of South Africa. And in this critical dialogue, which we've embarked on from yesterday to today, proceeding to tomorrow till Friday, I think there's been very much an unwavering commitment that we've seen from all of us as professionals, as information workers and practitioners, that we are really ready to move we are ready in the move with the changes of the profession. And we are so excited because we are in a profession that is very evolving. And it's not static. And we are even on the forefront, the cutting edge of these changes, whereby we want to embrace, whereby we want to actually to be part of that change without remaining behind. So this is quite exciting. And in my opening remarks, I want to say, let us not stay behind. Let's rather remain in the forefront, the cutting edge. Information cuts across any discipline, any field. And if we're not taking the advantage of being in that forefront, we are actually disappointing not only ourselves only, but even the society that we belong to. So colleagues, on that note, this is what I'll be covering. And as I said, that Vitumelo challenged me this morning, and out of being scared and having a bit of anxiety, I had to call my esteemed colleague to come and accompany me. So I'm here not alone with my colleague Wisdom, who's going to actually, because I just realized that I'm possibly not going to be able to do some justice with my presentation, but I'll give a bit of an overview, and I think Vitumelo touched a lot around the overview because it's similar, it's the same. I can't say much more than what she said with regards to the introduction. You'll see my slides, but I'm going to browse through them. And then I'll cover, because as Professor Fombat mentioned, that we are going to talk about knowledge management here. And my first love is knowledge management, to those who know me. And I get very much excited, very much passionate about knowledge management, but obviously I'm an information worker. And then I'm going to step down and give to the right people who are doing the right thing to do the right presentation around the practicality of applying knowledge management in this Society 5.0. And that will be my colleague Wisdom here, and who is basically the knowledge management specialist at ATNS. And then we'll come back and talk about the challenges and the barriers. And obviously, perhaps we'll look at how do we overcome those challenges and the barriers that we know. And we've got a call of action. Let's talk about it, and then I'll conclude. And colleagues, as I said, I'm not going to repeat. Vitumelo covered it all. So I'm going to just go straight to where this is basically, the normal as an academic at some point, and maybe more of a practitioner. We always have been taught that you start with an introduction, and an introduction, it's not going to be an introduction until it has what? A definition. So I needed to follow the process so that I should not be found wanting by the scholars around here. So there is a definition. And basically, I think one thing that I just want to emphasize, without getting into the details and the theories around the definition itself, it is very important, very, very important that we emphasize that in our journey through this sophisticated and constantly shifting digital landscape, the integration of information knowledge management emerges as a pivotal factor in actualizing the vision of Society 5.0. This vision embodies a human-centered society that harmoniously balances economic growth with the proactive resolution of social challenges. It envisions the sophisticated system that seamlessly intertwined cyberspace and the physical world, fostering innovation while addressing the diverse needs of the society. The importance of information and knowledge management in this context cannot be overstated, as it enhances our ability to navigate complexities, drive sustainable development, and promote the well-being of communities in the increasingly interconnected world. Colleagues, this is very important for us. I mean, Vitumelo mentioned issues around the SDGB, the National Development Plan, and those are really important areas that we need to be focusing on, and to say, as information workers, where is our role? What are we doing? How do we ensure that as we're moving to the Society 5.0, which is basically about super smart, by just being able to provide and actually making sure that those interconnectivities are as seamless as possible, they're as easy as possible, and actually ensuring that our societies are leveraged on information and on knowledge. Because as human beings, on daily basis, at every given time, you are creating knowledge, We are creating information, and we must actually be able to say, how do you leverage that? And I'm sure you'll remember even yesterday with our keynote speaker, he said, as Africans, we are actually missing an opportunity of leveraging that. It was also repeated this morning to say, we are at a point where we've got so much that we can leverage and actually ensure that our societies, and especially moving into the Society 5.0, which we've already started working, realizing the benefit of Society 5.0 in terms of uplifting our societies. So as academics and practitioners, and mostly some of us are even policy holders or even makers, let us be keen in ensuring that information is key to us, and it's something that we can use. We can actually, currently we are at a defining moment in the smart technology, whereby it is clear that Society 5.0, it's a paradigm shift, and a shift that it's so super intelligent, whereby the society it has to be integrated, and we need to harmonize the technologies to advance the human well-being. It's so important that we go there. The current revolution and transition place information and knowledge management at the heart of societal transformation, unlike previous industries that have been mentioned here earlier on, whereby they were more about prioritizing the economic growth, and they also aimed, while we know and we have already been made aware in the past presentation, that Society 5.0 aims to integrate cyberspace and physical space to solve pressing global challenges and issues. That includes poverty, inequality, and digital exclusion, and also climate changes. There are so many challenges that we all know about that Society 5.0 challenge are trying to address. So our task, therefore, as information, it's quite clear, as information workers, it's quite clear that we must ensure that the scholarship and the practice of information and knowledge management contributes to the contribute meaningfully to the socio-technical transition, whereby we utilize the information that we create, we utilize the knowledge that we create, and more than anything, ensuring that we can even go to an extent of selling that knowledge, selling that information to actually to those who actually need it. We know that, as Africa, we've been known to be very resourceful in terms of mineral resources and so on. But how about we now look at our information, our knowledge, and we can look into packaging it and selling it and making money out of it. So, colleagues, in terms of our role as a knowledge and information management, we know that it's all about optimizing, it's all about transforming, it's all about ensuring that our societies, and at some point, we're obviously going to zoom into our organizations, because some of us, we get paid in it, and we get paid to do work, and we do the work in the organization. But obviously, here we'll also look at it at a societal, at the level of our communities and so on. But then we've got a very, very important role at web of being practitioners, and in terms of ensuring that within the context of Society 5.0, IKM, or Information and Knowledge Management, serves as the backbone for innovation and societal development. And in my reading, I've picked up, and I think it was also said yesterday, that we know the AI doctor, Dr. Mashilo, how much he loves, and he talks a lot about, and he keeps on emphasizing that the effectiveness of knowledge management strategies are essential for organizations to adopt to the rapid technology changes, and to foster a culture of continuous learning and improvement. So, and again in my reading, Professor Loretta Jacobs highlights the importance of aligning knowledge management practices with the organizational goals to enhance decision making, because knowledge management is about decision making, but making your decisions based on the reliable information, reliable knowledge, and that is created by the organization. So it's all about making sure that we package the knowledge, we package the information, we make it available at the right time for the right people to make the right decisions. And here we are to say, for these reasons, the challenges before us, it's more about defining and redefining the information that we create, the knowledge that we create, and ensure that we support and not just access we always talk, and I think that's it, by virtue of being librarians, we always talk about making sure that it's accessible, making sure that it's cataloged. We've spoke about cataloging very not so long. It's all knowledge management elevates the level to another level of saying, well and good, it can be accessible, well and good, it has to actually to be retrievable and so on. But we must also making sure that it is so important that as you manage this knowledge, it's knowledge that is going to be utilized for the benefit of the organization, to optimize the organization's processes, and also making the decisions and transforming the organization. So colleagues, I'm not going to say much. This was covered earlier on by Boitumelo with regards to the scholarship in information and knowledge management. We're talking about the theories that we all know as knowledge management. We know the Seki model, and about that to say how practical it is. Is it still relevant? And when Nonaka and Takushi developed this model, it was, and it is actual. But now we're at a point as scholars to say, let's go and retest this model. Is it still relevant? Are we at a point whereby we really need to redefine this model? And also looking at the importance of our intellectual capital, especially when it comes to knowledge assets that we are creating, that I've just made mention. The digital space is transforming. Are we at the forefront, or we are just behind in terms of that? So some of our research has to get into a point whereby it becomes so practical and so possible for us to actually be implemented, especially at organizational level. And the knowledge work that we do, is it AI driven or is the other way around? So we need to actually to ensure that we provide, as we are managing this knowledge, it must not only be managed in a point of just be having those repositories, knowing who our knowledge expects and however, and that's it. But it has to be AI driven, where it is accessible from the point of at any given time, as and when you need it, and actually can even be predictive in terms of providing you those kind of information, knowledge that you need. Very important, the strategies. Yesterday there was a discussion and a presentation around the importance of strategy, but I think that was the essence was based again on the issues around the implementation. I liked what Professor Matumba said when it comes to say, well and good to have the vision, well and good to have the strategy, but more than anything, the implementation. And that is where most of us are failing. We're very good. So we need to actually, and same within the KM space, our implementation approaches should be, and that's where most of us, and as someone who's been very, very close in the KM space, especially within the knowledge management South Africa, in most of our discussions, especially with the forums and so on, there's been an issues around how do we implement, and everybody will tell you we've got a strategy, we've got we somehow get so fortunate that we are able to get the budget, to get a consultant to come and craft the strategy for us. Then the challenge comes in the implementation. So colleagues, this is where we have to actually look at it. How do we actually enhance our implementation, considering and looking into the AI and the digital world that we are at? The knowledge leader, the very important, we call ourselves knowledge leaders. We pride ourselves behind that name, but then are we at the cutting edge of actually exhibiting ourselves as knowledge leaders who are in the society 5.0? The kind of policies that we are developing and procedures, are they in line with what Society 5.0 is actually telling us we should be moving towards, the principles around that. Collaboration, we cannot stop talking about, very crucial, very important, very pivotal for us as knowledge workers to ensure that our networks, our collaboration and networks are very strong and they remain relevant, moving forward and evolving as we are, and also actually using the correct tools. I cannot emphasize, I'm sure for librarians, it's an easy one. We know the importance of it in terms of search and actually even centralizing our tools and our resources. And all and good to mention all those things, but if you don't put your measures in place of ensuring that you are able to measure the impact that your knowledge management processes, your knowledge management strategies have been implemented in the organization, you need to look into that, ensuring that you align your KM business metrics together with ensuring that they are in line with the organizational strategy and be able to measure all those. And colleagues, this is where now I'm just going to step down and give over to my colleagues. And we thought this will be I'm sure it will be very interesting to all of us who are here to hear it from the people who have implemented. I always raise my hand up when it talks about how successful have you been in terms of implementing knowledge management in the organization. I've been successful in implementing knowledge management at SASOL. I'm now with almost 10 years with ATNS, and I think to a large extent, and I'm not going to say much, but perhaps after the presentation by Wisdom, you'll tell us whether we've been successful or not. But we've been in the journey of implementing knowledge management. We are still in the journey, and we are now at a point whereby we are embracing the Society 5.0. And perhaps when Wisdom provides his side in terms of how, because he's leading in that space, we will be able to you'll be able to be the judges after the presentation. Just hi for those who don't know who we are. I'm not going to say much about it. We are ATNS, which stands for Air Traffic Navigation Services. We are a state-owned company. We are mandated by the Department of Transport, whereby we are responsible for the airspace. As you're flying, know that somebody from Air Traffic Navigation Services is taking care of you in terms of ensuring that as you take off and land, you are safe. We are responsible for about 6.1% of the global airspace, and we are highly regulated in terms of who we are, and for obvious reasons, our business is safety, ensuring that we are safe as we are flying. So we are highly regulated by national and international laws, whereby we have to ensure that everybody is safe. And again, our operation is mainly around making sure we are the only sole provider. We don't have any competitor, and so we have the responsibility of ensuring that we manage our knowledge, and there's a lot of knowledge that is created in that space. And the colleagues, as information and knowledge management, our journey has been very much evolving, forward thinking, trying to be at the cutting edge at all times. And our functional areas are mainly around implementing that effective knowledge management and content management practices. Earlier on, Dr. Musako mentioned issues around content management. Myself and Wisdom were very excited because we started looking at it from our own environment, and we realized that we are on the right track. So we felt very much confirmed that we are doing the right things, and definitely that will be exhibited by Wisdom in the next few minutes. And our focus again is to ensure that as ATNS, or even from the KM point of view, we are improving the efficiencies and ensuring, as I mentioned earlier on, ensuring that decision making it's based on the right information, correct knowledge that has been facilitated by our knowledge management department. So ATNS, we are ensuring that ATNS is enabled to be more around everybody is able and knows that capturing of knowledge is important. Everybody and everyone in the organization shares the knowledge, and more than anything, we are leveraging our expertise. We've got very highly skilled individuals within the organization and very specialized. And from the point of saying they can only work for one person, and that person being ATNS, and they are very specialized. And we are competing with the world in terms of their specialties. We manage the pipeline from their first day as they enter ATNS until if they decide to leave the organization, perhaps, and they can only work in South Africa for 18 years. If they live 18 years, they'll have to leave the country to go and work somewhere. So for us, that's a very specialized environment, and we need to take care of that knowledge, and we are responsible for that. Colleagues, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues to take you through the whole process so that we can actually get close to the understanding of how we manage this knowledge, especially towards embracing Society 5.0. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. F. I need to declare that she just put me under the bus. She's the guest speaker. But I can just do a bit of reflection in terms of our critical role at the ATNS. Firstly, I need to highlight that our knowledge management program is an integral part of our strategic initiatives. And that means that we respond to our strategy at a strategic level, and that translates into our corporate strategy. It translates into our key performance indicators, and as far as the implementation of the strategy is concerned, that also translates into the corporate balance scorecard. So from an implementation perspective, just how it's been strategically aligned, just to reflect on what Dr. has said, to inform evidence-based decision within the organization, and also just to drive capacity development as well as organizational performance. It's been elevated at that level. And so what we've been able to do over the years is to just try and think about how can we drive technology enablement to streamline processes. You will know we're a national footprint. In fact, we've got St. Helena, so that makes us an international footprint. We've got clients across the globe, not just from an air traffic control perspective, but also in terms of the engineering products that we provide to our clients. So it's quite important for us to have a holistic knowledge management program that is streamlined all across our business processes. Secondly, we promote collaborative efforts for knowledge exchange. What we're currently working on is actually just aligning knowledge transfer, commercialization efforts, and have that translate into our growth strategy as ATNS. Recognition of subject matter experts, and then enhancement of safety and compliance. I think Dr. has highlighted we're a safety organization. So the core of our business is to make sure you take off and you land safely. And that feeds into aviation safety management systems, which when you look at the key pillars, knowledge management plays a critical role, from issues around safety risk and control and reporting to issues around how do we enable a safety culture within the organization. So knowledge management then becomes an integral part of that. These are implementation pillars. I think I've spoken about how we're a strategic initiative. I'm going to just jump on this slide, but I think what's quite pertinent is how do we measure business impact from the point of key performance indicators. Now, these are some of our initiatives, and this would be my last slide, Prof. Fombard. We've the program Lessons Learned, I think it's not new to most knowledge management professionals, and you know, a semantic of that would be after action reviews. And what we've done with our Lessons Learned initiative, firstly, we needed to understand how can we use technology to transform conventional lessons learned implementation. And so we've used, data-driven business intelligence methodologies to actually reflect in terms of how are we learning as an organization. And that's across projects, that's across corporate initiatives. What we've also done is we then asked ourselves, how can we best integrate lessons learned all across our business processes. As an organization, we manage CAPEX projects, we manage OPEX projects, and what we've sort of done, we've integrated the framework lessons learned with the portfolio of programs and projects management within the organization. And so that means at every gate, at every milestone, at every activity of a project, when it's implemented, we conduct what we call after-action reviews. We've got a methodology that we've got a matrix. It translates into project risk, and we monitor the controls as well as the recommendations, and we visualize that on Power BI just to show at what level and within which knowledge areas are we learning as an organization. What we've also done with Lessons Learned is we've implemented it across corporate initiatives. Like I said, safety performance is one of our, and the safety management system as it is regulated by standards and regulations. There's other projects such as OD, our billing systems, and many other systems that we implement as an organization. It forms an integral part of that. We are in discussions currently with strategy to see how do we introduce lessons learned as part of our reporting from a performance management perspective. Then content management, I think we've largely spoken about content management, and it takes very conventional content management systems, thinking from an information architecture point of view to issues around metadata as well as ontologies. And I think ontologies in our case are quite important. We are a very specialized industry, and what that means is that not just ontologies, but also in the definition of our terms as an entity. We're regulated internationally and locally. And I'll just give you a classical example. We're regulated by the International Civil Aviation Organization, and now they view South Africa as a region. And so what that means is when they speak globally about regional airports, then they'd be looking at Cape Town, they'd be looking at Lanseria, they'd be looking at OR Tambo and King Shaka. They're not looking at Virginia and the other stations, as you may know them as regional airports within the country. And so we needed to define what is the consistent language that is used within our industry and within the context of AT&S, and how is that dissimilar to how we communicate globally. And that's when ontologies and semantic ontologies come into play, and that translates also into our glossary of terms, etc., as an entity. There's legacy program. Like Dr. has said, we're a specialized entity. We run a program that's called Future Fit Workforce. And so that means that there is a peculiar cohort that we look for as an AT&S. We run our own training programs. We deploy our own ATSEPs, being air traffic service engineers, as well as air traffic controllers. And so we are the only entity mandated to do that. And so that means that you've got a workforce that is quite rich with years of experience within the organization. And so they've got specialized knowledge that they've accumulated over the years. And so what we do is then we run programs like legacy and knowledge harvesting programs. We look into their areas of expertise, we look into their knowledge areas, we look into who are the beneficiaries, and it's closely tied to our succession plan. And within that, we define it as our knowledge retention strategy. Even if we lose wisdom as a warm body, but we can keep a threshold of his knowledge and just make sure that it's replicated. And the reason why we call them legends is because we don't want years. What impact is it going to have within the organization and within which areas in terms of our business processes? And then we start having controls from a knowledge harvesting and knowledge retention, as well as knowledge transfer perspective, based on what the risk map is telling us. We also have travel with purpose, and that would be my last point, Prof. Fombad. We participate in a lot of international committees, and that means that we've got input in terms of regulation. We've just been selected as members of KENZO. Now, KENZO is an organization that monitors ANSPs, air navigation service providers, and internationally ICAO in terms of aviation. And so we have not been able to derive insight and pertinent knowledge that is derived from those discussions. And so we've implemented TWEEP as a tool for us to be able to, in real time, accumulate insights from those discussions. Furthermore, and geopolitics discussion. If I travel to Abu Dhabi and there's geopolitics, there's issues around health issues, in real time you are able to log that information onto our TWIP tool, so that if there is another person that is supposed to be traveling into the same location, then they're able to draw insights from that tool. So these are just some of the tools that we have. We've also have, brown bag sessions as part of our knowledge sharing platform. We've been running them, and the flagship in the organization. We are currently doing an expansion to look at broadcasts, which is obviously your podcast, or is that ClickMine, Prof? Sorry. Okay, I'm wrapping up. Just 30 seconds. Brand stories in terms of storytelling, etc. So these are just some of the programs that we have within our organization. And over to you, Doc. Thanks. And I can step down.
No. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mutt. In closing, Prof, it's a journey, as mentioned earlier on, to say it's a journey, and it's a journey that will obviously not to be far from challenges. And I always say to anyone who's in the journey of implementing knowledge management to say, trust me, if you are implementing knowledge management in an organization and you don't have challenges, then you might as well pick and go. Because knowledge management, it's all about facing and addressing challenges. So there are challenges like any other, and obviously barriers. And I'm going to zoom in. I'm definitely, because some of them were mentioned earlier on, I'm just going to zoom into the challenges that we are faced with within HNS. We're not as good as that. Like any other organization, we still have challenges. And obviously, being in the aviation space, a very evolving environment, a very challenging environment, technically and so. So one of our most and very critical challenge that we are sitting with, it's by nature of the business, because remember, we are sitting here with air traffic controllers who are sitting at a tower alone. And not alone as in the physical space, but alone because they are sitting with their earphones and they just need to talk to one person, and that person is the pilot. So the challenge is, how do we capture that knowledge? Because the transmission is between, it's technology, and we have to capture that knowledge. So there's that kind of a knowledge silo, and obviously that we need to actually, because it's two people, it's a air traffic controller with a pilot, but there's a lot of learning happening. There are a lot of mistakes that are happening. There's a lot of knowledge that is exchanged, but we have the responsibility of ensuring that we capture that knowledge and we actually make sure that is available for future things. And then there's also resistance, and the resistance comes from what Wisdom said earlier on. The resistance comes from the ego. Air traffic controllers are egocentric, very egocentric, and by virtue of them knowing that they are the specialists, technically sound, and they are, they are always needed, wanted globally, and so on. So it's not easy to reach out to them and say, can we capture? So we deal with such kind of issues that we have, and one of the speakers said, we are not as information workers and professionals, we are not necessarily trained to be psychologists or to be motivation speakers or be able to work around, the psychology of how do we ensure that this egocentric individual, I am able to capture that knowledge. So we still have to those kind of things. Obviously, issues around workforce skills, we are still grappling with that. There's a lot of gaps, but also there's a need of ensuring that the skills that we have, we manage them in a way. And also issues around the digital. Most of the air traffic controllers they don't even have a laptop. So when you come to issues of saying we need you to capture your own knowledge, those are digital issues that we need to grapple with. And obviously issues around the integration of legacy systems there are a lot of legacy systems within the organization. We need that integration. We need to ensure that as we capture the knowledge, that knowledge that we've captured is available in a number of things. I'm not going to cover this. Bitumelo covered some of these things, and I love my professor. I don't want to be in trouble with her. So colleagues, the slides I'm sure will be available. But I want just Prof, if you allow me, just to talk about the future. Colleagues, we've got a future. The future is here. and the future is today. I know when you think of your future, you think it's tomorrow, it's now, it's here. And that future, we need to start actually addressing some of those things and also be embarking on some of these things that we really have to. And for me, the most important one, after, I could have gone to so many, the shopping list is long, but I think I decided to say I'm going to sit on 3, which are very close to my heart and very important, and I'm hoping that they will also be this to you. For me, the most important one is the alignment, and I've experienced it. I had a very good discussion with Professor Hlongwa, and I hope he's here, where we actually, both of us had a very good discussion to say, we see a lot of, there isn't an alignment between the academic and the practice, and there is a serious need. As a scholar, to a larger extent, I put myself, I do that in quotes, I always, when I sit down and take these articles and the theories I read, and then when I go back to my workplace, I see misalignment. So there's a serious, and for us, and it's a call for action to all of us who are here as practitioners, and also as that may we now start talking and collaborating. How do we align this misalignment between the academic space, the theory side of it, and also the practice side of it? And also, even maybe let's also have fresh research. We are sitting in the practice space with a lot of issues that we can actually, let's say, come, let's engage with the academic to say, let's research. Perhaps some of the research outcome will make us, will bring us to another level where we will be able to actually implement from the point of making sure that we make our organization become more efficient. We need to unskill. I think there were a lot of discussions around that. I'm one person, I always pride myself as someone who's a lifelong learning individual. So unskilling and unskilling is also part of my journey. We need to unskill ourselves and be able to reskill ourselves again, because the Society 5.0 is definitely not going to be for those who are still talking about the typewriter. We all remember the typewriter, ne? We all remember that Nokia. So things have moved. Today we're not even talking about the Nokias. We're no longer talking, because we're no longer in that era. Things have moved. So we need to unskill, reskill ourselves. And more than anything, it is not an option. We need just to adopt Society 5.0 and ensure that we integrate that with our KM strategies, because our KM strategies are not going to be sustainable if they don't incorporate Society 5.0. And in real conclusion, Prof, colleagues, our organizations are not going to improve if we are not going to be in the cutting edge of adopting Society 5.0. And I'm someone who follows our Dr. AI. I like how he says it. He says these organizations that we advocate for, they are going to improve, become efficient if us as information workers, we lead the way. So I'm taking those words from the doctor himself, who says we must take the leadership. That's how he even says it. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly according to him, because he'll always say, Doc, we must take the leadership of AI. And I'm saying that again. We have to be in the leadership of AI for KM to be seen, and for KM to be realized, and for KM to be successful in how we see it being in the future. On that note, thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Moba. So you see, she talks knowledge management, KM all over her. Let's give her a round of applause again. And just as what she's saying, data, information, and knowledge is the driver for the Society 5.0. So I see where she's coming from, because without knowledge management drives Society 5.0. Because when the Japanese came up with the concept of Society 5.0, is because they realized that the population was declining, the birth population, the aging population, and they realized that, okay, they cannot deal only with technology, but they need a human aspect. aspect. So Society 5.0, in terms of knowledge management, as my definition of Society 5.0, I'm saying that in terms of knowledge management, I'm saying it is that that human-centered perspective of knowledge management for sustainable development. That's where I define, and I look at it as the fourth generation of knowledge management, a 5.0 society where I look at knowledge management for sustainable development, and it's a human-centered society. That's my own definition of the fourth generation of knowledge management today. So we talk knowledge management, knowledge management, knowledge management. Thank you so much for that very insightful presentation. I know you have plenty of comments and you want to engage her, but she has taken most of her time. So I'm just wondering whether we should not wait after the other speakers present, unless somebody has something very burning to say. Otherwise, we will just engage her after the other presentations.
Or let's do it over lunch.
Yes, or do over lunch. So at this point, I will call our acting chair of department to just come and tell her how we love her. And we enjoy the knowledge management talks. And just to tell you that we are with her, with ATNS, we have a community engagement with the department. So we are together with Dr. Mabaso. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. We are going to proceed with our presentation. I was very lenient because she was giving us a keynote address, but I'm going to be very strict with my presenters now. We have 4 presentations for this session. And it's all about knowledge management and inclusivity and sustainable development. As I say, that's how we knowledge managers define Society 5.0. And so the first presentation, I guess, is going to be online. It's an online presentation. Please, you have just 15 minutes. And since it's online, I don't know, strictly 15 minutes, please. And it is by Dr. Moria Gundu, Prof. Lorette Jacobs, and Prof. Modi Ramutlwa. And the title of the presentation is Knowledge Management Solutions for the Classroom, Fostering Professional Development Among Mathematics and Science Teachers Through Knowledge Sharing. Over to you, Dr. Gundu.
Greetings, colleagues. I am traveling and I'm presenting to you from a school building, a new school building in Zimbabwe. So, and my network is a bit weak, so I will close my video. And I hope my slides will be shared. May I proceed?
We are not seeing your slides. You can supposed to do it here. Okay. You didn't tell me. While we are waiting
while we are waiting for
just
my
wait.
slides,
Your slides are not shared yet. Yes, let's say. I already disconnected it. While we're waiting for the slides to be shared, I have these announcements to make. People going for excursions, please, you must register your names at the registration. If you plan to go for the excursion, you're all encouraged, please. We have an excursion. Please, let's register our names. And then, please, our gala dinner for tomorrow, please also try to register your name. You are all welcome and all encouraged to attend the gala dinner. And those who prefer the halal, please indicate at the registration.
While my slides are being loaded, may I introduce myself? My name is Moira Gundu. Along with colleagues, Professor Jacobs and Dr. Ramutla, we will share a simple story of how knowledge management can be useful in the classrooms, along with, in line with goals for Society 5.0, education, sustainable development goals, the African Agenda 2063, the National Development Goals of South Africa, and the Global Development Goals. So by way of introduction, as we are aware, maths and science subjects, we have an issue with maths and science in South Africa, and I'm sure globally. These are background subjects that are critical for national development, yet our students find them as the most difficult subjects in school. And there are reports that South Africa has been struggling, and it came out 37th out of 42 countries, which is a national concern, because our students need background knowledge of mathematics and science to enter into some degree programs in schools, but also background knowledge of mathematics and science in application of everyday life. And of course, this is not in isolation of the social sciences, which are equally important. So having said that, the Department of Education has had several interventions that are student-centered, that are teacher-centered, but still the problem persists. So our background is that we understand that knowledge management has worked in other contexts, particularly in the corporate sector, where it is widely reported in universities, but there hasn't been much study in schools. Yet, knowledge sharing is crucial for innovation of knowledge and innovation of our practices. So just very quickly, our paper was guided by the post-positivist paradigm and the quantitative survey design, where we got responses from 52 teachers across 12 schools in Gauteng. Data was gathered through structured questionnaires. And our aims and objectives in this paper was, actually, let me start with the problem. May I please go to the problem? The problem. Might be missing. But the problem was that we understand that knowledge sharing can be seen as a major intervention in enriching intellectual and scientific basis of teaching, particularly among mathematics and science teachers. And we, from literature, we know that we read of the success of knowledge sharing in business and universities. But despite the importance of knowledge sharing, there isn't much study around schools. And of course, these teachers are not sharing knowledge, which is what we established from a study of the knowledge sharing practices among mathematics and science teachers. The findings were that although teachers have needs, although teachers would benefit from knowledge sharing, it is actually not happening in schools. And this, by implication, means that there are missed opportunities for innovation of their practice, there are missed opportunities for the refinement of their practice, and of course, missed opportunities for learning new stuff, particularly now with AI in the picture. So when we went out to understand their knowledge sharing practices, we wanted to understand if they're sharing knowledge, if they are aware of the importance of knowledge sharing in their practice, and also to understand the factors that may impact knowledge sharing, among them individual factors, organizational factors, ICT factors, and knowledge sharing strategies. And our conceptualization of these factors were guided by various theories, among them the community of practice theory, knowledge sharing and capability model, knowledge sharing model, the SECI model, the social exchange theory, the social network theory, and the voluntary information and knowledge sharing model. So this helped us understand the factors that may impact knowledge sharing among mathematics and science teachers. And by way of understanding, we understood that there are organizational factors, in fact, individual factors that impact the sharing of knowledge among mathematics and science teachers. Among them, knowledge sharing behaviors of these teachers, their knowledge needs, their attitudes and perceptions towards knowledge, and other factors such as trust between colleagues, and just motivation to share knowledge, where in some instances we found out that hoarding knowledge was regarded as power. So some of them understood that by holding onto knowledge, it makes them powerful because they'll be the only people who know that knowledge. Unknown to them that they might be holding onto wrong knowledge or knowledge that needs refinement. And by sharing that knowledge, it becomes squared. They also add ICT factors that impacted the way teachers share knowledge. And these factors included accessibility to ICT, availability of that ICT, and also the capacity of those teachers to use that ICT resources to share knowledge. And of course, the knowledge sharing strategies that were available in place, such as mentorship, community of practice, virtual learning communities. So all these factors impacted in some way on the way that these teachers shared knowledge among themselves. And of course, these teachers didn't exist in a vacuum. They existed in an organization. So within a particular organizational culture, within a particular organizational structure, within particular leadership styles, and of course, rewards and incentives came to the fore. And as we were engaging with these teachers, we realized they actually have needs, and teacher knowledge needs extend to their content knowledge, subject matter knowledge, pedagogical knowledge in terms of how to teach mathematics and science effectively so that their learners are able to benefit from their practice and by extent improve classroom outcomes. They also need knowledge about their learners and the context in which they are teaching, knowledge of the different educational contexts, particularly in terms of the curriculum. Some teach IEB, some teach Cambridge, and some teach the national curriculum CAPS. And of course, individual school or educational aims, purposes, and values. So this is all information that teachers need, but might be sitting somewhere or with certain individuals because there is no active sharing of this knowledge. So having established these challenges within the school, we also established that the dynamics of participation among mathematics and science teachers was woven within various elements, the individual perceptions, of course, the organizational factors, whether management supports knowledge sharing.
Dr. Gundu, you have just 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes, so please.
Okay, I'll hurry up. In some schools, they didn't even have a knowledge sharing policy, which is a background document that can guide the implementation. So our paper at this stage is suggesting what teachers could do to enhance their teaching practice in mathematics and science through knowledge sharing. And therefore, we proposed a framework of enhanced and sustained knowledge sharing, which implies that organizations need to understand the individual factors that impact teacher knowledge sharing based on their knowledge needs.
Dr. Gundu, we are still at your problem statement. May you just indicate next slide, so that they know when to move?
Okay, I thought it was moving.
No.
May you please move to enhanced and sustained knowledge sharing framework. Right. So organizations, particularly schools, which we are working with, and I think crucial because I think it's the basis for the development of any society. It starts with the school system, it starts with education. So it is imperative that we bring in knowledge management into schools, because schools, by their nature, produce knowledge, and that knowledge often leaks or goes to waste because there are no mechanism for managing that, for managing and sharing that knowledge. Schools should provide ICT infrastructure for teachers, friendly technology. Our research established that they preferred WhatsApp groups rather than the school intranet, which was difficult to navigate. Also, organizations, schools should have a knowledge sharing policies. If there are school librarians among us, please, there's something that we need to work on. Organizations should consider rewards for innovation, which should not necessarily be material, but things like a 4-day week for the most innovative department. And of course, the most important thing that was lacking was time to engage in knowledge sharing and time to be creative, and of course, supportive.
Dr. Gundu, 3 minutes, yes. 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes to round up.
Supportive leadership. And what came, the most significant contribution of our paper was that it illuminated the influential aspects of the level of individual, organizational, and knowledge sharing strategies on the knowledge sharing of teachers. It also offers a unique insight into professional development of teachers through knowledge sharing rather than the normal PD sessions and training. And of course, I think it is pioneering in that not many have explored knowledge management in the mathematics and science classroom. And in terms of the future, maybe other research could look at maybe other subjects that we have problems with, such as English, where similar problems of achievement persisted. Of course, English being the language of instruction. So in a nutshell, here is knowledge management in the classroom. So this is a suggestion. When it comes to implementation, we'll actually consult with Dr. Mabaso with the actual practical nitty-gritties. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gundu. Thank you so much. Please, if you have questions for Dr. Gundu, let's keep it at the end. Thank you for knowledge management in the classroom. That is about implementation and making it practical. That's it's a very insightful topic. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, because of time, but we'll engage further. So our next presentation is still online. It's by Mufaro Muranjure, Priscilla Komazana, and Shelter Marambi from Midland State University. And the title is Building Inclusive Digital Learning Ecosystems for Persons with Disabilities, Paving the Way for Equitable Access in Society 5.0. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Shelter Marambi. I hope the presentation can be beamed from that side. We have shared the presentation. Thank you. So I will be presenting on our building inclusive digital learning ecosystems for persons with disabilities, paving the way for equitable access in Society 5.0. We can go to the introduction slide. Okay, what we are saying, for us to achieve Society 5.0, which is a super smart society that prioritizes human-centered technology, we should not exclude those persons with disabilities. If you check most researches on digital learning, it has increased, but it is a focus on those students, many students, but an exclusion sort of with those students with disabilities. Therefore, this study is going to address the needs of those marginalized groups, specifically the persons with disabilities. We can go to the problem statement. Okay, while digital learning technologies have increased in terms of in higher education, it's actually unclear why students with disabilities continue to face significant barriers. For us to have an equitable access in Society 5.0, it means we have to include even those persons with disabilities. So mostly the research that is there from literature, it's showing benefits of digital platforms for the general population, that is the general students that we have in higher and tertiary education. Therefore, there is that gap to cater for the students with disabilities in terms of inclusive digital learning ecosystems. That's what this research is all about. Then the aim, we can move to the slide on the aim. The aim of this study is to address that pressing need for inclusive digital learning ecosystem, to address or accommodate the diverse needs of students with disabilities. If you check those technologies or applications or digital learning platforms that are being created, they sort of exclude these persons with disabilities. So I want to cover that. How do we do that? Within our research, we identified the main objectives, or the objectives that we had were to identify and analyze the primary barriers that students with disabilities encounter in Zimbabwean higher education institutions. Then at the same time, we needed to evaluate the effectiveness of the current digital platforms in accommodating the needs of students with disabilities, specifically focusing on the application of universal design for learning. Then to also assess the level of training, the level of resources or support that is there within the educators so that they can implement inclusive digital teaching practice and assistive technologies. Then finally, we offer some recommendations in terms of policy, in terms of infrastructure, how best we can have that inclusive digital learning ecosystem that will support Society 5.0, thereby ensuring equitable access to education for all students. The literature review, we can move to the next slide. The literature review, our research was guided by the Universal Design Learning Framework, the UDL, whereby we are saying it's playing a crucial role in ensuring equitable access, thereby, especially in the context of 5.0. So this one, 5.0, we are considering more human-centered society, and which leverages advanced technologies for the benefit of all. When we say all, we are meaning even the persons with disabilities. Then there are some legal frameworks that are guiding our research. If you check in Zimbabwe, we've got the Constitution of Zimbabwe for 2013, and the UN Convention of Rights and Persons with Disability for 2006, which actually served as a foundation for the Zimbabwean National Disability Policy of 2021. So when we're doing or looking at this research, we also consider that. And also we also consider the international, regional and national voices of inclusive education, like the 1994 Salamanca Framework, the 2004 SADC protocols, all that was included so that we can have an inclusive digital learning ecosystem that is inclusive of persons with disabilities. The challenges that we identified, we can move to slide 7, that is the challenges. The challenges that were identified through the literature and also from the research that we did, there's shortage of trained staff. You'd find that we have some of these universities or higher and tertiary education that we are talking about, they have, online, the slide is still, okay, thank you. All right. Shortage of trained staff, insufficient infrastructure, and even limited access to technology in various regions. It depends on when you are, but sometimes if you check, we are affected with these challenges and they affect the digital learning ecosystem. Then also there's the digital divide. Not all students have got equal access to the necessary technology or the necessary resources. We're talking about knowledge management. Not everyone has got the privilege to know about these technologies technologies, so they are left behind. Then at the same time, there's lack of appropriate technological infrastructure. If you check, many people with disabilities, they don't own computers, they don't have reliable internet or even assistive technologies. But in some countries, these are already being in use with maybe the general students that we have. Then there's also technological barriers. Scarcity in terms of screen readers and voice recognition software. You'd find that when we're doing our research, you'd find that maybe we have one screen reader or maybe software for a few people, which becomes, for a few students who have got disabilities, which becomes an issue in terms of inclusivity. There's also the issue to do with financial constraints, inadequate support, inaccessible physical environments. Yes, from the observations, the higher and tertiary education, they are trying by all means to improve the physical environment, but it also goes to affect the inclusivity in terms of digital learning ecosystem. Then lecturers training. We have got minimum or limited training for lecturers to be able to cater for students with disabilities. So you'd find that the persons with disabilities might not be part of the classroom that is there, but they might have their special class that they have their lectures there, which excludes them. We want the persons with disability to be included. Therefore, sometimes students may be reluctant to disclose their disabilities due to fear.
5 minutes to go.
Thank you. Okay, so in terms of literature, we also looked at effectiveness of these digital platforms. How effective are they? The educator preparedness, and we noted that educators are not really prepared, and the policy needs also to be amended so that it caters for the digital learning ecosystem. The methodology that we used in the study, it was a mixed methods design. You can go to the methodology slide. The mixed method design, where we combined qualitative and quantitative approaches. We first did a comprehensive literature review, then a follow-up, a qualitative research was done together with the students, the persons with disabilities, and the lecturers as well. Then the key findings from our research, we noted that there's limited variety of digital learning resources in these Zimbabwean universities, especially catering for persons with disabilities. Then the issue to do with accessibility challenges, there's lack of awareness. People don't know what's there, what's not there in terms of digital learning platforms or digital learning tools that are there for persons with disabilities. Technical limitations, we have got a lot of issues in terms of accessing these technical gadgets that are needed, and also training deficiencies within the lecturers themselves. They lack training, so it might be necessary to train the lecturers so that they can able to assist persons with disabilities. In terms of technological innovations, it was noted that people or lecturers and students, they are aware of these emerging technologies, the AI, the virtual reality. Even the policymakers are aware of that. However, the adoption of this technology is hindered by financial constraints and the lack of infrastructure in many of these Zimbabwean universities. In terms of policy, there's limited funding. Also comprehensive strategies, they are not there to assess the needs of persons with disabilities effectively. So our recommendations as researchers, we are saying there's need to enhance digital infrastructure, not only to those students who are able-bodied, but to also include persons with disabilities. Then also investment in robust technology. If you check, a lot can be done for persons with disabilities, like use of AI, use of virtual reality, use of robotics, but there is need for investment in this robust technology. Then at the same time, we need to improve on resource availability. If you check, most of our students in these universities, they come from rural areas. So the moment that they are not on campus, it means they don't have any resources. Learning ends when they are on campus. So there is need for improvement in terms of resource availability, especially when they go back to their rural areas. That includes in terms of even digital connectivity in these rural areas. It's very necessary. Comprehensive training for educators, it's needed, especially on inclusive digital pedagogy. Most of the lecturers that are coming, they don't even know how to behave when someone with a disability is in the class, things like that. They just teach or lecture as if everyone is the same. So sometimes there's need to, not sometimes, but there's really need to train, to have those training programs. At the same time, we need to strengthen the policy frameworks and advocate for national policies that will prioritize disability inclusive education. At the end, we need to monitor how the accessibility standards, monitoring and evaluation, if this is working. Then at the same time, we have got people who, other stakeholders who deal with persons with disabilities. We need to collaborate them, include policymakers, stakeholders, educational institutions, and disability advocates to sit down together, come up with policy, come up with a framework, come up with something that can assist persons with disabilities. Then finally, we can also leverage emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, IoT. This can actually facilitate personalized learning experience for persons with disability. So by building that inclusive digital learning ecosystem through the recommendations, we can actually pave way for equitable access in Society 5.0, such that whenever we are developing something, we are considering it's human-centric. We are developing something that is human-centric. After all is done, we can have those longitudinal studies where we can access or assess the impact of these inclusive practices on the academic success of persons with disabilities. Then we can continuously improve ensuring equitable access to education in the context of Society 5.0. This is our research, and this is some of the recommendations that we have as a team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shelter. Let's give her a round of applause again. Thank you so much for that very, very, very insightful topic. And Society 5.0, besides collaboration, is inclusivity. Inclusivity is one of the elements of Society 5.0, and it is not really highlighted in research. So thank you so much for that very insightful and novel area. Please keep your questions for Shelter, but thank you for the presentation. Our last two presentations will be in person. So I'm going to call on Nomvula Habase. And the title of the presentation is The Impact of Digital Literacy Training Initiatives at Midval Libraries, Advancing Society 5.0 through e-learning programs. Round of applause to her.
Can you just display the slide? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nomvula Kabashe, the lady that gave away a visa. So now I'm going to be stuck in between your lunch. So I hope you are going to give me a few minutes of your time in order for me to present. I'm from Midval Libraries, the e-learning section. The title of my study will be The Impact of Digital Literacy Training Initiatives at Midval Libraries in Advancing Society 5.0 through e-learning. Next slide. Okay, this is the outline of my study. Sorry. Hello. It's not presenting. Okay. So this is going to be the outline of my study, the introduction, problem statements, conceptual framework, purpose and objectives, research methodology, as well as comments and contributions. It's important to note that this is a preliminary study. So the introduction, the digital era has given a significant rise in the need of digital literacy, and public libraries are now the key players in providing digital literacy. IFLA asserts that libraries have established digital literacy training initiatives to bridge digital divide and for patrons that have limited digital literacy skills. The current updated IFLA UNESCO Public Library Manifesto, it currently reflects the current reality in the 21st century by supporting the digital literacy initiatives. The author states that the public libraries in South Africa have roles to play in order to ensure that people have space for learning and for knowledge. Therefore, libraries can use the funds allocated by DEC in order to drive them as educational spaces. During the 2023-2024 financial year, 192,793,000 was allocated to 9 municipalities, of which Bidval Library accounted for 20 million rand. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture asserts that amongst these funds, they'll continue improving public libraries and infrastructures in aid to bridge digital divide. The problem statement, the study emanates from the fact that digital literacy remains low in Midvaal municipality, and it has impacted in the adoption of e-learning. For instance, employees are challenged in having the necessary digital literacy skills to harness the potential that can be offered by the emerging technologies such as AI. So digital literacy is vital because of the rapid growth of technology and becoming digital citizens. Public libraries are now seen differently in the digital era. IFLA asserts that libraries have ensured advancements and sustainability and inclusivity. So the digital literacy training initiatives have served as opportunities for service delivery through e-learning. Libraries have worked with different institutions to collaborate and provide digital literacy trainings, and e-learning centers are now found in the library spaces by making use of these emerging technologies. The emerging technologies has challenged the library staff to equip themselves with the digital literacy skills, and that's why the authors assert that management of organizations need to integrate digital literacy programs for digital adoption. We all know that digital divide, they've spoken a lot about digital divide, and the author argues that the inequalities that have remained to be a concern are the inequalities consisting of citizens not knowing how to use the digital resources and having access to the resource. So it is of utmost importance that as public libraries adopt emerging technologies to survive the digital age, and for the library staff to have the necessary skills to support the patrons. Shivambu asserts that the emerging technology have produced benefits that include transparency and efficiency in public services. So the community needs to be highly digital literate, and digital literacy needs to be a continuous process that requires more than just the government policies. Libraries need to find other meaningful ways to push the digital literacy agenda. So in aim of bridging digital divide, public libraries have introduced e-learning, which have played an important role in the training transformation at public libraries. They have afforded patrons with online courses and have improved service delivery in the public libraries. And in these classrooms, the computers are equipped with digital literacy through online learning courses. Now, these courses have facilitated the process of community engagement, which, according to the American Library Association, is the process of libraries collaborating with their patrons in order to develop the community needs. The Department of Communication and Digital Technology argues that the digital literacy skills are very important in the 21st century skills jobs, and strategies have been formulated. So there is a significant rise in a number of jobs that require digital literacy skills. Therefore, there's a pressing need for individuals to possess the necessary digital literacy skills. We've already discussed what Society 5.0 is, but some authors have argued that e-learning has been seen as the preferred method of learning in Society 5.0, and the advantages that were listed are that people in remote places, they want to study in their own pace and time. However, this author argues that there should be offline e-learning platforms to assist the learners that don't have connectivity, and advocates for less privileged solutions for the less privileged patrons. So although there has been an increase in the e-learning centers in libraries, libraries still need to collaborate with the Departments of Arts and Culture to secure fundings and training initiatives. I'm going to move to the conceptual framework. My study will be underpinned to the TEM model, which is the technology acceptance model from Davis. We'll use the model to understand why users accepted or rejected systems and open channels for human factors in adopting the new technologies. The TEM model has also been used in previous e-learning studies and digital technologies, and the author states that the model has also been extended to a variety of variables, which include social norms, self-efficiency, and conducive environments. So these extended variables may assist in the social factors that may contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Bangani advocates for libraries to rethink their roles in achieving and sustaining the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The purpose of this study will be to evaluate the impact of the digital literacy trainings offered in Midval in advancing 5.0 and digital inclusion. The objectives are to evaluate the effectiveness of the e-learning initiatives in Midval libraries in promoting digital literacy, and to also evaluate how Midval Libraries has fostered Society 5.0 and the United Nations SDG goals. The study will follow an interpretivism paradigm that can yield additional meaning with an understanding that human behavior cannot be analyzed in the same manner as a physical object. I opted for a qualitative approach that is necessary when needing to comprehend situations with the participants. The qualitative research can comprehend the significance of individuals and groups' attributes to the social issues. The study will use a case study design, and they are an investigative approach where researchers examine activities for processes or individuals in depth. So the sampling method that will be used will be the purposeful sampling, which is the most popular sampling method in qualitative study. It does not adhere to a fixed sample size. 2 data collection methods will be used, which will comprise of the semi-structured interviews as well as open-ended questionnaires. Due to the geographical limitation, this data collection method will be more suitable because it will not require the presence of the researcher. The anticipated population will comprise of students that previously attended the digital literacy trainings as well as the librarians in Midval. Data analysis will be used using thematic analysis, which can identify patterns and themes within the data set. So as a researcher, I'll be able to interpret the meanings and experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, I've reached the end of my presentation. This is a preliminary study, and I will be continuing with the studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause again, and for giving, at least we have gained some 2 minutes from you. Thank you so much. And still the theme, e-learning bridges digital divide, and then inclusive society in Society 5.0. So e-learning, digital divide, inclusive society. So very, very insightful and interesting topic. Thank you so much. I'm going to call on the last presenter, who is between us now and lunch. Is Professor Kloane. And the title of his presentation is Using Society 5.0 to Create a More Inclusive, Connected and Knowledge-Driven Society. Professor Kloane, over to you. I know you speak knowledge management, you talk knowledge management, and you work knowledge management, but 15 minutes.
Yeah.
This one, right?
It doesn't say society.
Yeah, sure, Papa. Yeah.
Then you can just wait up and down.
Thank you, Chair. And I greet you all. I'm trying to stick to the limited time that I've been given. And I will try and not repeat what has already been presented, but maybe try and amplify some of the key issues that have been highlighted already by the previous speakers. My initial title, using Society 5.0 to create a more inclusive, connected, and knowledge-driven society, still subsumes in this topic that is highlighted now. Because the Sustainable Development Goals speak to inclusivity, they speak to connectivity, and they speak to a knowledge-driven society. So there is a nexus between Society 5.0 and the SDGs for inclusivity, connectivity, and knowledge-driven society. And in my presentation, I have also tried to show how the SDGs are connected to inclusivity, which SDGs are connected to connectivity, and which SDGs are connected to knowledge-driven society. But of course, given the limitation of time, I will just highlight some of these. Of course, my view is that Society 5.0 is a virtual concept. It's not a software. It's a virtual concept. It's a principle that aligns with knowledge management. Because knowledge management is about creating, it's about collecting data and analyzing it to solve societal problems. So I'm done with my presentation. So, of course, when you look at the Society 5.0, you will realize that it is aligned to KM. In KM, we say there are several key components. One, the people, technology, the processes, the insights, all of those elements form part of knowledge management. And I want to reiterate here that knowledge management is interdisciplinary field. Whether you are in air traffic management, whether you are in agriculture, whether you are in politics, whether you are in government, whether you are in an environmental space, the key issue there is knowledge. How many of you have gone to an interview in whatever field and they don't interview you to obtain insights of your knowledge of how to perform the job? That's what the interview is about. It's about your knowledge of performing the job. So in every field, in every sphere, the big elephant is knowledge. And therefore, Society 5.0 is about digital technologies. I'm trying to avoid using the word cyberspace. But it is the integration of the cyberspace and the physical or real world. So when you merge the digital technology to the physical world, you are going to be able to solve real world problems. So these technologies we're talking about are your AI, Internet of Things, robotics, sorry? Augmented reality. All these new technologies are part of Society 5.0. I want to show you something. So if you look at this, you will see that there's been an evolution of societies over time. And now, some of us are still at Society 4.0, but the world is moving towards Society 5.0. And if you think that Society 5.0 is in Japan, you are wrong. It's everywhere. In Asia, in Europe, they call it by all these other names, right? So it's here, but not here. It's here on this planet, somewhere. But of course, some of us will need to catch up. So its key principles is human-centeredness, solving social problems. And of course, my previous speakers have already said a lot about that. Integration, where AI is helping us to create a more sustainable and inclusive society, leaving no one behind. Women, people with disabilities, and everyone, rich or poor countries, must work together. So my thesis is that Society 5.0 is a catalyst for achieving sustainable development goals. That of inclusivity, connectivity, and of a knowledge-driven society. So, with the Society 5.0, using those digital technologies, we are able to create value. Value of the knowledge, of the data that we collect to solve real-world problems. And Society 5.0 is also emphasizing autonomous systems. You can hate Elon Musk, but we need self-driving cars. We need them here. We need drones. When there is a disaster somewhere, and we cannot physically be there, what do? Send a drone. That is Society 5.0. When you've got patients in hospital, right, that are brain dead, using AI, those people can talk to us. And actually, I've read this week or early this week that someone who could not speak due to stroke, right, can now verbalize her feelings using AI. That's great. Now, if you are in South Africa, you will know about property rates. And the issue is some of the rates have been inflated. But then if you use heartful AI, and it's real, you can go to their website. They are able to help you fight some of the unfairness of these double-digit increases. So, Society 5.0 is here to stay. You may not like it because you say it's going to take our jobs, right? Because these are some of the criticisms of Society 5.0. Digital divide, ethical considerations. But I'm saying, despite all that, technology like Society 5.0, it's a human innovation. So let's embrace it. And if you are in the library space, I'm sure you will be happy to know that we now have Science Direct AI. Right? It's here. Right? So this is how we can use the digital technologies to create sustainable, inclusive, connected, and knowledge-driven society. Thank you.
Wow, let's give him a round of applause. And you see that it was just good that he ended the session by giving us an overview of Society 5.0, knowing it very well from a KM perspective, as we say. And with him, I'm sure we sing the same song, that's our fourth generation of knowledge management is knowledge management for sustainable development, because it's about now it's not about technologies, it's about seeing how these technologies can solve societal problems. It's no longer about industry, just staying in the organization, but going out and looking at the SDGs. So it's time for engagement, time for questions. Take some few questions before any reactions to the presentations, before break for lunch. The 4 presentations and the keynote speakers' presentation. Any reactions? The keynote speaker did talk about the future of KM. They need to engage practice and industry, and it's a very, very important thing because we do teach KM, but when we are teaching KM, we just teach KM theories, we don't go to the practicalities of it. So it's really an issue, and now I'm actually in a project, in a global knowledge management project where we are trying to see how we can integrate theory and practice, and there is a paper that I wrote in 2024 where I'm looking at re-examining knowledge management education in South Africa, where we are looking at how we can integrate practice. So it's a very, very important point, and that's what now the future of knowledge management now is trying to see how we can integrate practice, because many people go to the field and you ask them what's their qualification. They are knowledge managers, but you don't know, they go to the field not knowing what to do. They only studied, maybe a 360 credit, and that was it, without any practice. So now we are looking at it in a global knowledge management project. It's true that the integration of practice and theory is not there. So that was a very good point. Yeah. So any other reactions to the presentations? I can see that the knowledge managers spoke. They spoke knowledge management, they work knowledge management until you are all full of them. So now we know what Society 5.0 is all about more from the knowledge management perspective. We know that it's about inclusivity, collaboration, sustainable development, and yes. So thank you so much for listening, and thank you for the presentations. Thank you I want to thank again the keynote speaker and the 4 presenters for the very, very challenging and very interesting presentations. So I don't know whether there are any other announcements before we break for lunch. If not, I did make the announcements in terms of excursion. Please go to the registration desk. For the gala dinner, please enlist your name. And if you are Hala preference, please enlist your name. I think in the absence of any announcements, I think we should exercise our rights to lunch and to eat. I think the session is over, and we'll see you.
Let us get seated. Order, order, please. Order, order, please. Let us get ready for the last session of the day. Okay.
How do you having the time? I think we must rotate memo
Okay.
they present.
Okay, then. Thank you. Thank you for the attention. My name is, I'm not sure whether all of you know me. So let me introduce myself. My name is, don't forget that prefix, because I'm a newly centered associate professor, Nomusa Zimu Biela. So, with that said, I wish to acknowledge the University of South Africa Executive Management for always encouraging us to become confident academics, for always being positive to uplift us. I wish to acknowledge them for that. I wish to acknowledge our attendees who are attending virtually. We normally forget them. Let us acknowledge them. And I also wish to acknowledge you colleagues who are attending physically. At the behest of the committee director, Dr. Modiba, and Dr. Moore, I am requested to preside this session. I am the one who is going to be directing the session. I am happy that most of the presenters are presenting physically, but our guest speaker is presenting remotely. We only have one speaker who will be presenting virtually or remotely. Before we embark or kick off with our program, I would request the acting COD to come forward for a few announcements. Acting COD to come forward for a few announcements.
Good afternoon, colleagues. They are saying the acting COD. Unfortunately, that position was taken away this morning, so I'm no longer into that position. But I just wanted to make some few announcements with regard to what is going to happen moving forward. I think our chairpersons of the session have already indicated that we've got the gala dinner, which is happening tomorrow, and we've been monitoring the registration. Our numbers are still very low because we are targeting 200. So I'm urging everyone who's here to kindly ask for the link so that you register for the gala dinner. It's happening tomorrow. And we also have the excursion on Friday. And I've been informed that unfortunately we're no longer going to Constitutional Hill. They've cancelled, so we'll be going to the National Archives. So please also register for the excursion because it's very much important for us to work on the logistics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, acting COD, although the position has been ripped off. Okay, now we can hit the ground running with our program. We have our guest speaker, who is Prof. Forget Chaterera Zambuko. I'm hoping she is on standby online, but I'm going to read her CV for you. Dr. Forget Chaterera Zambuko is an assistant professor at Sorbonne University, Abu Dhabi, with 15 years of experience in research and teaching in records management and archival science. She is a rated researcher by the National Research Foundation of South Africa. Dr. Chaterera Zambuko serves as the editor-in-chief for COMA, International Journal on Archives, and co-editor for Archives and Records Journal. She is also a member of the International Council on Archives Advocacy Expert Group. Her research interests include displaced archives, the use of emerging technologies in records and archives management, and sustainable digital records management. Welcome, Dr. Forget Chaterera Zambuko. I'm hoping you are there on standby. Over to you with your presentation.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that comprehensive introduction of myself. I just want to confirm before I hit the ground running. I can see we are 18 minutes behind the program, but kindly confirm you can see my slides and hear me well.
Yes, Prof, we can see it clearly.
Okay. Fantastic. So, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed both an honor and privilege to address you today at this important gathering of minds in the information sciences. As we stand on the brink of a new era defined by technological advancements, I am excited to share some thoughts on futuristic information science education for Society 5.0. This theme of the current session resonates deeply with the rapidly evolving landscape of information science and the role education plays in shaping the future. So as we gather in this esteemed forum, we are not only reflecting on the current state of the information sciences, but we are also imagining the future, a future that is transforming rapidly through technological advancements, and one that will challenge and redefine how we think, how we live and work in the coming decades. We are standing at a pivotal moment in history, a moment where we are no longer simply witnessing technological evolution, but we are a part of it. Today, we are on the verge of what has been termed Society 5.0. This is not just another step in the digital age. It is a leap into a more integrated, human-centric world where cyber-physical systems shape how we live, how we interact and grow in society. So in this Society 5.0, advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, the Internet of Things and robotics are not separate silos, but they are deeply embedded in our daily lives. And because of that, they influence everything from how we work, how we make decisions, and even how we relate to one another. So as we navigate this profound transformation, one question that stands out central to our gathering today is, how do we prepare the next generation of information scientists for this emerging world? The answer to this question is not simple. It requires a reimagining of how we approach education, particularly in the field of information science. Because for decades, information science education has focused largely on the acquisition of technical knowledge, data storage, management, and retrieval. While these are still vital, they are no longer enough. In this new world, it is essential that we expand our understanding of information science education to include interdisciplinary approaches, ethical considerations, and of course, a deep understanding of how the societal impact of the technologies we develop. But more than that, it is our responsibility as educators to prepare students who will not just be able to navigate these technologies, but will be equipped to shape them in ways that serve the greater good of society. This is the challenge we face, to ensure that the advancements in technology we are witnessing today are channeled toward creating a better, more equitable, and more sustainable world for all. This plenary session aims to explore what such a future looks like and how we can begin to shape it through forward-thinking, responsive educational strategies. By looking at the intersection of technology, society, and education, we can build a roadmap for information science education that is both timely and relevant to the challenges of Society 5.0. As we look back on the history of information science education, we can trace its roots to a time when the focus was predominantly on the development of technical skills. In those early days, the core objective was simple yet vital: teach students how to manage, how to process and retrieve information. It was an era where the ability to store vast amounts of data, organize knowledge, and facilitate access to it were the primary concerns of the field. In many ways, this foundation laid the groundwork for what we consider to be the traditional model of information science education. However, as we move move forward further into the 21st century, we find ourselves at the cusp of a new age, a time when technology is not just a tool, but a fundamental part of our daily existence. We are entering Society 5.0, an integrated society where the boundaries between the physical and digital worlds are increasingly blurred. In this society, technologies like AI, big data, and the Internet of Things are redefining industries, economies, and the way we relate to each other as humans. So with this transformation comes a shift in how we should approach education, particularly in the field of information science. While traditional skills, technical skills remain important, we must now think beyond just the how of information management. The future demands a more holistic approach, one that includes not only the technical expertise to handle information, but also the critical thinking to understand why we handle information the way we do. Why do we store and share data in certain ways? What are the ethical implications of information management in a world where data has become as valuable as currency? How do we ensure that technology and the information systems we create serve humanity's needs in a responsible, equitable, and sustainable manner? The paradigm is shifting. Information science education must now address not just the mechanisms of data processing, but the broader societal implications of the technologies that we develop. This shift requires us to reimagine the role educators play in preparing students to become not just competent technicians, but ethical leaders and forward-thinking innovators who understand that technology must work in service of people, not the other way around. So to move forward, we must embrace three key pillars in the design of information science education. First, we need to adopt interdisciplinary learning, bridging the gap between disciplines like ethics, sociology, law, and engineering. Information science cannot function in a silo. It is at the intersection of technology and society where the greatest challenges and opportunities lie. Second, we must leverage technology-driven education. The tools of the future are already here, and they have the potential to revolutionize how we teach and learn. Through AI, virtual simulations, and data analytics, we can create more personalized, adaptive learning environments that cater to diverse needs of our students. The evolution of information science education must go hand in hand with the evolution of the society, because we are entering an era where the future of humanity is intertwined with the future of technology, and it is our responsibility to equip the next generation with tools to navigate this complex landscape. It is time for us to teach not just how to handle information, but why we handle it the way we do, and how we can use it to build a better and more inclusive world. As we transition into Society 5.0, it becomes increasingly clear that the challenges we face today cannot be solved by a single discipline alone, like I said earlier on. The issues we are grappling with, ranging from data privacy and ethics in artificial intelligence to the creation of even smart cities and promoting sustainable development, they are complex, they are interconnected, and span multiple domains. So these challenges are too vast and multifaceted to be addressed effectively by isolated fields of study. To tackle them, we need an approach that draws from the strengths and perspectives of various disciplines. This is where interdisciplinary learning comes into play. Information science as a field can no longer exist in isolation from other disciplines such as social sciences, ethics, law, engineering, and business. The systems and technologies that are being developed, they have far-reaching implications, not just for the technical performance of the systems themselves, but for the societies in which they are embedded. For example, While data storage and retrieval might seem like a technical challenge, the ways in which we store personal data bring up important ethical, legal, and social considerations. So how can we ensure that people's privacy is protected in a world where information is constantly being collected, shared, and analyzed? Moreover, the rise of AI and automation, which are revolutionizing fields like healthcare, finance, and transportation, they present new dilemmas. What are the ethical guidelines that should govern the use of AI, particularly in decision-making processes that affect people's lives? I listened to the guest speaker in the morning where she referred to the use of AI in making decisions when hiring. So what ethical guidelines should govern the use of these AI in decision-making processes that affect people's lives, such as hiring decisions, medical diagnosis, or criminal justice sentencing? These are not just technical questions. They are deeply embedded in issues of fairness, accountability, and transparency, all of which require expertise from the fields of law, sociology, and ethics. And in the same vein, the smart cities of tomorrow, where everything from traffic systems to energy consumption is managed through integrated digital technologies, will need to be built with a deep understanding of urban planning, engineering, and environmental science. How can we ensure that these cities are sustainable, equitable, and resilient to the challenges of climate change, for instance? How can data be harnessed to promote sustainability, reduce waste, and improve the quality of life for all residents? These are the questions our students will face in coming years. And to answer them, we must rethink how we teach information science. We can no longer afford to focus only on the technical aspects of information systems in isolation. Instead, we need to create curricula that foster collaboration across disciplines, encouraging students to not only understand how systems work, but also to consider how those systems interact with the world around them, how they impact social structures, cultural norms, and the environment. We need to teach our students that information systems are not neutral. They exist within a complex web of societal, ethical, legal, and environmental contexts. The technical solutions they develop will have real-world consequences, and they must be equipped to think critically about those consequences. By integrating diverse perspectives, whether from social sciences, ethics, law, or business, into the curriculum, we will prepare students to be more than just information scientists. We will prepare them to be problem solvers who can approach issues from a variety of angles and who understand the broader implications of their work. So this interdisciplinary approach will enable students to engage with questions like, how do we ensure privacy in an increasingly connected world? What ethical guidelines should govern the use of AI in decision making? How can data be leveraged to promote sustainability and address climate change? These are the kinds of questions that require not just scientific expertise, but the ability to think critically, collaborate with experts from different fields, and take a holistic view of the problems at hand. The future of information science education must be built on the foundation of interdisciplinary learning. By bridging the gap between disciplines, we prepare our students not only to excel in their careers, but to contribute meaningfully to the development of technologies that serve humanity's needs in a responsible and sustainable manner. The challenges of Society 5.0 are indeed complex, but with an interdisciplinary approach, we can equip the next generation of information scientists to tackle them head-on. So as we look ahead to the future of information science education in Society 5.0, it is clear that the traditional methods of teaching are no longer sufficient. The rapid advancement of technology has transformed nearly every aspect of our lives, and education is no exception. To truly teach information science effectively in this new era, we must embrace the tools of the future and rethink how we engage with our students. In traditional classroom settings, while there's value in face-to-face instruction, the constraints are becoming more apparent as the world increasingly shifts to a digital-first environment. The rise of e-learning platforms, virtual simulations, and AI-driven tutoring systems offers us an exciting opportunity to break free from the traditional educational model. These tools are not just enhancements to what we already know. They are game changers that have the potential to create more interactive, personalized, and accessible learning experiences for our students. One of the most promising and transformative possibilities is the use of AI to support individualized learning. Imagine a student enrolled in an information science program who is struggling to grasp a complex concept such as machine learning. In a traditional classroom setting, this student might fall behind as the pace of instruction progresses. However, with AI-driven learning assistance, we can create an environment where learning is tailored to the individual. These intelligent systems can offer personalized content, provide interactive exercises that adapt to the student's level of understanding, and offer real-time feedback. The result is a learning experience that is responsive to each student's unique needs, helping them to progress at their own pace. But the power of AI doesn't stop there. Virtual simulations, for instance, are another tool that can help bridge the gap between theoretical knowledge and practical experience. In fields like information and science, students often need hands-on exposure to technologies that are not readily available in the classroom. So virtual simulations can bring concepts like cloud computing, the Internet of Things systems, and big data management to life in ways that traditional methods cannot. Through these simulations, students can interact with real-world environments, explore complex systems, and develop the practical skills they will need in the workforce, all from the comfort of their own devices. This kind of experiential learning is critical in preparing students for future challenges, which they might face in Society 5.0. Moreover, the use of data analytics in education provides another powerful opportunity for us to better understand and support our students. By tracking students' progress in real time, educators can identify patterns, pinpoint areas where students are struggling, and offer targeted interventions before issues become overwhelming. This data-driven approach ensures that our educational strategies are not one-size-fits-all, but are instead adaptive and personalized to meet the diverse needs of our learners. In a world where students come with varying levels of prior knowledge, experience, and learning preferences, this kind of approach is essential for ensuring that no student is left behind, because through these digital tools, we can move towards a more student-centered approach to education, where each learner receives the support they need to succeed. For example, instead of a rigid lecture format, where every student receives the same content at the same pace, technology allows for a more fluid and adaptive system. So AI-driven tutoring systems can provide students with supplemental instruction on specific topics they need help with, while virtual labs and simulations can offer hands-on practice in environments that would otherwise be difficult to replicate. So as we move further into an era where technology is deeply woven into the fabric of our daily lives, it becomes more crucial than ever to center our education on the human impact of the technologies we develop and manage. In a world that is rapidly becoming more interconnected, we cannot afford to let our education systems focus solely on efficiency, innovation, and automation. We must remember that at the heart of all these advancements, there are people, there are lives, their well-being, and the future. So to conclude, As we look ahead to the future of information science education in Society 5.0, we have a responsibility to create a new generation of information scientists who are not just technologically adept, but who are also ethical, adaptable, and socially conscious. We must teach them to think critically, to apply innovations responsibly, and to work collaboratively across disciplines. The role of educators in shaping this future is crucial. We must embrace new technologies, new methodologies, new ways of thinking. But above all, we must remain committed to the idea that information science exists not just to serve the needs of industry, but to improve the society as a whole. Let us challenge ourselves to push the boundaries of what is possible in information science education. Let us strive to empower our students to be the architects of a better, more equitable, and more sustainable world where technology serves humanity and not the other way around. Once again, I sincerely thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you my talk. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Chaterera Zambuko. As a comprehensive, open, distance e-learning institution, I cannot overemphasize the importance of the lecture that you have given us. Technology-driven education, it's the imperative item for the distance learning education. How do we prepare the next generation of information science students? Human-centered curriculum design approach, technology-centered curriculum design approach. What are we doing? AI-driven design thinking approach is keeping us on our toes, especially in distance learning education. Let me give opportunity to the participants to engage Prof with some few questions. I'm just going to take few hands so that we can be able to progress with our program. Questions? This was such an insightful lecture, especially for us who are based in comprehensive, open, distance e-learning system. What are the questions that you have for Prof? Let us engage, please. Prof. Ochola.
Let me say one or two things. I'm not going to say anything new, but I see a lot of link between this presentation and the one that we had early in the morning, which comes back to the issue of collaboration, multidisciplinarity, and interdisciplinarity, and capacity building. And I see that there is a big challenge to curriculum development, not only in our field, because we cannot take all this on board. We don't have the capacity to do that and do it well. I think the issue of multidisciplinarity or engaging people from other fields in our discipline is going to be very, very fundamental for us to be able to carry this on board. I also see the issue of legal issues coming up again. And ethics. Ethics is going to be a big issue all along as new technologies come. So I see a lot of link between this and the earlier presentations that we had from yesterday and today, and it's really it's quite appreciated that these issues keep on coming on and on and on. I still use my normal system of noting down the keywords, and if you list them together at the end of the conference, you find that you can actually be able to list them, what is most important and most not less important, but less important to some extent. So it's a great presentation, and thank you very much. I got the name, the presenter. Thanks.
Any other question, colleagues? One question that I have for you, Prof, you indicated 3 key pillars. And the first pillar that you indicated, it's the interdisciplinary learning, where you encourage us, or you advocating for the bridging of the gap between disciplines. What do you think is the approach that can be used to bridge that gap between disciplines? Because what I have noted with interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary collaborative projects, you struggle with cooperation among the team members. What do you think is the correct approach that can be used to ensure that we sustain that disciplinary learning approach, interdisciplinary learning approach?
Thank you so very much, Chair, Prof, for asking that. But firstly, allow me to acknowledge the contribution that came from Professor Ochola, who was weighing in on the presentations and how they are interconnecting each other from the first day to today. Thank you so much. It means that we are heading in the same direction if we are all hammering on the same aspects. Going to your question on how we can sustain collaborations amongst the disciplines, indeed, it might be challenging, and the factors vary depending on environments and, of course, the willingness of even the individuals involved. And there isn't exactly a right approach or a wrong approach. All the time, you need to assess the environment in which you are operating in and determine what might work best for you, because this approach of assuming a one-size-fits-all approach is not the best. What we are doing on our side, of course, I can share, but it doesn't mean that it will fit into your system. What we are currently doing on our side here in Sorbonne University, Abu Dhabi, is that because we realize the need for our students to be empowered in legal and ethical issues, and we do acknowledge that we are not experts in that. We are mostly information scientists, archival scientists, and therefore within our university we do have departments that have experts in the field of law, experts in AI. So we invite them to come and deliver parts of the courses that we offer. Of course, we cannot entirely leave the whole course to a guest lecturer who is coming from the law department or from the artificial intelligence unit, because they are not grounded in the aspects and principles of information science. So as we design our syllabus, we make sure we do have especially some practical components or relevant sections where we get to bring on board these experts from other departments. So this is how we are doing it, and it has been working perfectly. Maybe partly because when a guest lecturer is invited to come and teach in a course, the hours they spend are recognized and they get to be paid for that. So maybe this is one factor why the approach has worked. But I want to believe everybody knows and appreciates the importance of collaborative learning. And it's not just us, the information scientists, who are in need of other disciplines, even other disciplines, for them to really excel and succeed in various areas they are focusing on. They also need information scientists. I'm always telling my students that there isn't a single organization or company that can actually exist and function without the creation and keeping of records properly. So already that means the involvement of an information scientist cannot be overemphasized. We need them, they also need us. And if that can be understood by everyone, then collaborative efforts will not be much of a challenge.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you for the contribution from Professor Ochola. I wonder if we do have some questions from the online or virtual attendees. Who is managing that?
I'm actually looking, Chair. There's nothing.
Oh, okay. Okay, yes. Thank you, Prof. I'm sure you are going to keep on standby there in case other questions come up.
Okay.
So let us move to the next speaker on the program, who is Ms. Vanessa Matope, who will be addressing us on the future of records management as a profession at the Road Accident Fund in South Africa. Over to you, Ms. Matope. Mrs. Matope, I'm sorry. Dr. Matope, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I am not going to claim to be an academic because I've only been in this space for 7 months now. However, from a practice perspective, I was with the Road Accident Fund for 13 years and 4 months. So my presentation will be from that perspective of a practitioner and not an academic, even though most of the stuff in the presentation are coming from the thesis. So I wanted to speak about the future of records management as a profession at the Road Accident Fund, because long before the 5th Industrial Revolution began, the organization had already been trying to get robots to replace the records management professionals in the organization due to a misconception that that unit was of little value to the organization, despite the organization being a records-driven institution. Let me explain how it is a records-driven institution so that we are all on the same page. So the Road Accident Fund is an organization in South Africa that compensates and rehabilitates motor vehicle accident victims or their families if that person dies in an accident. And the Road Accident Fund's claims management processes are dependent on records, because let me just see by show of hands if this is a Vanessa problem or if it affects us all. How many of us drove here this morning? Okay, keep your hands up. How many of us were passengers in cars this morning? And how many of us were pedestrians and you saw cars on your way to this wall? So all of us at some point, we might need to claim from the Road Accident Fund. And if the records management unit is closed, as it has been proposed over the years, you might not get compensated. Because in the years that I worked in the organization, we had 4 4 chief executive officers. We had 2 acting chief executive officers, and it didn't matter whether the person had a medical degree or a law degree. All of them, all that they wanted to do as soon as they got into office was close the records management unit. And let me just elaborate why. With most positions that were advertised in the organization, in the advertisement, there would be the requirements for experience, which is related to that position that is advertised. There would be certain level of training that is required from the applicant. There would also be qualifications that are required from the applicant. So when I joined the organization in 2011, it was on a call center learnership. I did not have any qualifications. After the learnership expired, I was absorbed permanently, but I was bored. I was tired of talking to strangers on the phone, so I wanted to move to a different unit. I never got called back for any of the positions in the organization, even administrative positions, because they were very specific about the education that they wanted the person who's going to be appointed in that position to have. For example, if maybe I wanted to work in ICT help desk, they would require a qualification which relates to that environment. But with records management, all the positions, they do not ask for records management related experience, training, or qualifications. Like most of the studies that were published about records management, there's always that section where they say that as records management professionals, we don't have qualifications, or we are sent to these units as a form of punishment. So that is the case at the Road Accident Fund as well. So what led to this study? With the recent CEO, the decision was to close the mailroom, which is the records management unit, and use robots instead. However, the plan was not thought through, because when you bring robots, the idea is that they must mimic human behavior. So if they are going to mimic wrong human behavior, you are not solving the problem. You are not going to use technology to your advantage. Because if the current process is a mess due to lack of skills, training, or qualification, the robots are going to mimic those wrong things. So the study was driven by the notion from the National Archives, which tells us that the records management program should be staffed by personnel with appropriate skills and knowledge to ensure that it is effective, efficient, and transparent. The people who participated in the study, which was the doctoral thesis, were the people who work in the records management unit, including the senior manager for that unit and the manager. The administrative assistants, the administrative staff, I spoke to them through questionnaires, but the 2 managers I interviewed in person. So the problem that I had as a records management person was that even though there was no clear plan in place as to how the robots were going to manage records in the organization, colleagues were already given retrenchment letters. So in one of the sessions, I said that I felt that the decision was premature because we could have at least tried to ensure that they had the skills to work with the robots instead of retrenching them and shutting the unit down altogether. So I had to prove to the organization that robots and people can work together. That's why my doctoral study was titled Adoption of Artificial Intelligence to Manage Records in Support of the Claims Management System at the Road Accident Fund in South Africa. So it was built up from the study that Dr. Mudiwa had done at CSIR. He focused on intelligent robots. So with my study, I focused on collaborative robots and argued that if the records management professionals were given an opportunity to acquire the necessary skills that would enable them to communicate with these robots, they can work together and ensure that where they fall short, the robots can come in, but not to close the unit altogether. So the study was a mixed method study, and as I said in the beginning, the managers were interviewed and the administrative staff were given questionnaires. So most of my argument was based on the fact that the job profiles for the records management unit is the one that disadvantages these professionals, because when the positions are advertised, they are not required to have specific records management qualifications. Therefore, the organization cannot now come back and say, we are retrenching you because you don't have qualifications and you don't have skills, and we are going to get the robot to do what you've been doing. For example, when I was going through the documents, checking the job profiles and the advertisement to check if they spoke the same language, I realized that from a manager for the unit, they said that they need a B degree for administration, for records management, or documents management. However, the degree is at level 6. Those of us with degrees, we know that a degree is at level 7. So when I asked about the discrepancy, I was told that the job profiles are done by a specific team of experts that are based in head office. They had never been into that records management space to see what is it that these people do or the kind of skills they would require from them. It's just somebody who's sitting in head office and they're thinking, yes, somebody who has done administration can do records management. So from the people that participated in the study, most of them had worked in the organization, but none of them had records management experience. They were people that, most of the people that were in the records management unit had all sorts of work experience. Maybe if somebody was an office caterer, when they advertise in the records management section, that person would be given first preference because they're already in the organization, not because they've got experience for that unit that is advertising. In terms of training, most of the participants had not received any records management training, be it basic archives or any other workshop that could have provided them with skills that would help them maybe sit with an ICT team and say to them, if we do get a robot, we would need the robot to do this so that we can focus on this aspect of records management. So they are not able to communicate their needs to the ICT team or to management because they are in the records management space, but they do not even know that such courses like basic archives and records management exist. In one of the meetings that we had before the retrenchment letters were issued, the current CEO said to us, there is no course that teaches people how to file. So you can just see that the lack of awareness as far as what kind of qualifications or skills records management professionals should have, or their role in the organization is very limited in government organizations. So of particular interest to me in terms of the qualifications was that the acting senior manager for that unit, for the records management unit, yes, she did have a master's degree in information technology and another in leadership and coaching. The manager for the unit had a law qualification. Both of them, even though they were working for the records management unit, they somehow worked against it because none of them was interested as to how the unit should be ran. The senior manager was also advocating for the robot to replace the records management professionals because of her ICT background. She felt that it would save space and it would save a lot of money in terms of salaries, because the robot, you just need to show it once that this is how we want you to behave, and they said it also doesn't take sick leave. So from the study that we conducted, me and Dr. Mudiba, it appears that the future of records management as a profession at the Road Accident Fund, it is still a very far-fetched dream due to lack of experience, training, and qualifications. Because even those in the highest office for that unit, they cannot articulate what is it that the unit does, or why is it necessary for the employees in that unit to be retained or at the very least trained, given the necessary skills. After I had done the research, I went back to the organization to share my findings with them. So the acting senior manager asked that, do I feel that they need to keep the people or should they replace them with robots? The records management personnel in me feels that there's still a chance, even though we are now in that digital age where everybody is talking about the robots. We don't have to replace people with the robots. We can reskill and upskill them to make sure that they can collaborate with these robots so that their work becomes easier. So after I had shared the study with them, they did say that they have now made it compulsory that all the administrative staff in the records management unit need to attend the short courses in archives and records management. And they've also made it compulsory that all those people need to get at least higher certificates in archives and records management to make sure that they comply. They said that they have included these requirements in the departmental developmental plans. So hopefully in the next 3 to 5 years, we should see records management professionals working with robots instead of being replaced by them. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Matope. That was a very insightful presentation. In fact, in South Africa, it is imperative because so many people have been lamenting or concerned, have raised concerns that the Road Accident Fund Department seems to be working more in collaboration with the legal fraternity at the expense of the beneficiaries. So we really do need those collaborative records so that they can be maintained, they can be preserved for longevity. Okay, our next speaker is Sylvester Ngwepe, who will be addressing us on the topic Beyond the Office Walls, the pros and cons of off-site document storage. Sylvester Ngwepe, over to you.
Is that number 2? Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, colleagues. I don't know if do I need to introduce myself. My name is appearing on the screen. Not yet. Not yet. All right. No, it's still coming. But my name is Ngwepe Sylvester. Today I'm going to share the presentation with you, discussing the topic that I did with Prof. Shelnek Kelly, which means all the questions for this presentation will be directed to her, not me. I do this, the talking part, she will answer the question. The topic of the study, colleagues, is Beyond the Office Wall, Curation of Records through Commercial Offsite Storage, which when I submit the presentation, the actual title was Beyond the Office Wall, the Pros and Cons. So we engineered the topic before I started. This is the presentation's outline, which I'm going to touch about. I'm going to talk about the introduction, the research problem, the research objectives of the study, the research methodology, the case study of in-house storage, colleagues, and also the findings of the study, the recommendations, and also I'll be closing by doing the conclusions. So, colleagues, as we know that the organization, they generate vast amount of records, and managing those records becomes crucial, and also for compliance and security, we need to ensure that those information that we have generated are well maintained. And we know very well, colleagues, that most of our organization where we are working, we have adopted the style of off-site storage, which in our mind we think that having the off-site storage that addresses the space constraint and also the administrative challenge, which we find ourselves paying a lot of money in those off-site storage, while at the same time the off-site storage serve or provide the benefit like professional management and also enhance the security for our records. It also has the drawback or the disadvantages by sending the document to off-site storage. We know very well that the accessibility of those documents that were been deposited to off-site storage becomes a problem when you want to retrieve the document if you did not pay the service provider in time. So one of the key, in terms of the research problem, one of the key questions that organizations face today is why choose off-site storage? And while it appears to be a convenient and efficient solution to preserve our document, it also has the challenges. Depositing the information or taking the information to off-site storage, it also has the disadvantage, which those challenges are the space issues that we face or the cost that the department pays to those offsite storage, the retrieval of those information, sometimes it becomes a problem. Sometimes the most challenging part is when you want to retrieve the document and you can't find the document, and the document has been requested. It becomes the problem, colleagues. And it must be noted that once you miss the payment or you don't pay the invoice of the service provider, you won't access the information that you took to offsite storage. We find ourselves depositing the information to offsite storage while we did not do our job. We find ourselves depositing ephemeral document to offsite storage, paying a lot of money to the service provider while we did not audit our document, colleagues. So, looking at the research objectives, the purpose of this study, colleagues, is to critically assess the increasing trend of organization that are transferring records to offsite storage, and whether the offsite storage, is it a solution to the organization? Why can't we have something in place? Why can't we invest in in-house storage, colleagues? While this approach, colleagues, is widely used by most of the organization, it comes with the challenge of the accessibility, as I said, the security, a lot of money that we have been paid to the offsite or to the service providers. And looking at the breakdown or the objectives of the study, when we draft or we were doing a research, we wanted to examine the challenges that the organization face when managing the documents that are stored offsite, particularly issues relating to the security risk and the financial implications. And the study was also aimed to assess how offsite storage impact the organizational efficiency and also decision making. Remember, colleagues, when the management needs to take a decision, most of the time they have to refer to the previous or to the documented or recorded information. So the objectives of the study was to assess if the offsite storage, does it really help us in terms of depositing the information to them or preserving the information or our information. And based on the finding of the study, we aim to provide, or the aim is to provide organization with the best practice recommendations to or for effective records management. We know that we want to ensure that the information we are producing within our space, those information is well maintained, at the same time it's well accessible without any hesitation, without taking 5 or 10 minutes when you want to retrieve the document, colleagues. Looking at the methodology of the study adopts the qualitative research approach, which is to explore the challenges and the implications of the offsite storage or offsite document storage. And the data were collected through a comprehensive literature review and also the observation, colleagues. The research is informed by the theory in records management. I'm speaking to the aspect of the records here. You all know the theories of records, right? There's no need for me to mention it, right? Right, but the study was informed by the records continuum model, which this theory, colleagues, it helps to frame the study to explore, or in exploration of how records are well managed in the organization when you do the transferring of the document or the records to offsite storage. It guides you on how to maintain or how to package those information before you do the transferring, colleagues. The case of in-house study, we are looking at one of the key alternatives to the off-site storage, colleagues, is off-site storage to our organization, which the study says, why can't we have an in-house storage facility? With the money that we are paying to off-site storage, why can't the organization develop or have in-house facility where we can centralize our information, where we can have the full control of our information? Remember, colleagues, that immediately when you take the information to off-site storage, you don't have full control of those information. But the minute you have or you manage the information in-house, you have the full control of the information, you have full access of the information, you also can access the information anytime when you want, without any additional cost. We know very well that to the service providers, every time we pay, if we want to retrieve the document, we pay the retrieval cost. Now, when we go back to our office, we need to propose or we need to invest in in-house facility, colleagues. That will help the organization to save a lot of money. Based on the research findings, colleagues, several critical issues have been identified regarding the management of off-site document storage, which the challenges impact both operational efficiency and also financial management or sustainability, colleagues. We know very well that we pay a lot of money to the service providers. We find ourselves as the organization transferring the ephemeral document, colleagues. What do I mean by saying the ephemeral document? We find ourselves transferring or depositing the information that is not relevant, that we don't even use in the organization. When one do the inspection, you will find that there are a lot of information that are irrelevant. And those information, if you can do an audit, you peruse those documents, you will see that these documents are not useful. And even the organization, they won't need those information in future. We find ourselves depositing ephemeral document, incomplete information to the service provider, which the incomplete information, incomplete forms, they won't stand in court. The unsigned submission, we take them to off-site storage for preservation. How will that incomplete form help the organization? It won't, colleagues. It won't. So the other problem is the escalation of cost, which is another key findings in this study. The rising cost of off-site storage, it becomes a normal to the organization, which it's bad, colleagues. I've got an indication that I left with few minutes. So through or in my department, there are various communication that we do to advocate our records management policy or the file plan. This is how we communicate through the snippet. We make sure that every month we pop up the snippet, right? Talking about the records management, saying anything about records management. We just grab something from the policy, we put it there for colleagues to read. These are the calendar activities that we are conducting, the records management plan. This is the kind of method that we are using in the organization to ensure that the colleagues knows about the record colleagues. To address the challenges of off-site storage colleagues, organizations should implement the proactive strategies to enhance the efficiency and also to reduce the cost and also to maintain the control of their records colleagues. We need to do the regular assessment of the off-site storage. We need to audit if those off-site storage are in compliance with the Section 13 of National Archives and Record Service of South Africa, Act 43 of 1996. We need to review the document, or we need to audit the document before we send them to off-site storage. Lastly, we need to monitor the cost, because to prevent the excessive spending, the organization should ensure that the entered contract are being followed even when the invoices are being paid, colleagues. Before I explain about this gentleman that you see here, every time, colleagues, when the auditors arrive in our organization, everyone do this, colleagues. This is how we behave when the auditors are here. All right, colleagues, the study that was conducted by Prof. Ngulube and Prof. Mwebe was that records management is essential to clean audit. We therefore need to ensure that our house is in order. I remember in 1995, when the great Julius Malemu Kamparenge Nyerere was invited to his political party. Those who did history, they know the political party for Julius Nyerere was Chama Chama Mapentuza. He was invited to give his ideas on the management of information, and Julius Nyerere said many things, which one was that, I quote, "We need to sanitize our information," unquote. The question comes, how do we sanitize our information, right? It simply means we need to manage our records in a proper and efficient manner. And that can be done through what? The implementation of the policies and follow the guidelines of our policies, colleagues. By saying that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for listening my song. Ke a leboha.
Before I forget, I was requested by the UKS publishers that those who are interested in entering the draw competition, before we engage in our question and answer session, we are going to give them opportunity to engage us in a draw. But you must write your name in the paper and your contact details, you put them in a box there. Before I give opportunity to our next speaker, please go there, put your name. Not now. After the next speaker, I'll give you opportunity. Let me give them opportunity to put in their names. You want to go now? Oh, okay, then you can come. Unfortunately, if you have not entered the draw, or go put it quickly. Yeah. What if my luck is now? Okay. Do we have any questions in the meantime for the two speakers? Any questions as they are busy preparing for the draw sessions? Can we take questions for our two speakers? The first one, Dr. Matope, who was talking about the future of records management as a profession at the Road Accident Fund in South Africa. And the second one, beyond the office walls, the pros and cons of off-site document storage. Any questions? In the meantime, can you take questions? You are not a good audience. You're not listening. I can see there is a hand on that table. Any question? And then they said they are going. Oh. Okay. Okay, because they're still busy there. Let us proceed with the program. I'm told that we must proceed with the program. The next speaker is Nkosimpile Zungu and Prof. Dennis Ochola. They will be talking on production and growth of African cybersecurity research from 2013 to 2022. All the best.
Colleagues.
Let us give him our ears,
good afternoon, colleagues. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this 4th biennial Unilisa Conference. My name is Nkosimpile Zungu, and I will be presenting a co-authored paper which I co-authored with Professor Ochola. This is an overview of our presentation. Colleagues, the global society is increasingly reliant on the internet infrastructure for communication and information access. Various studies concur that modern societies generally prefer internet-based resources rather than their paper-based counterparts for sharing and accessing information. I personally believe it's not a matter of preference, but it is an inevitable transition towards the Society 5.0. Whether we like or not, future is human technology oriented. And we need to welcome it, we need to embrace it. We don't have to be skeptic. The role of cyberspace has been acknowledged by governments, particularly in e-governance. And this has resulted in the rapidly increasing usage of the internet. A lot has been reported about the misuse and use of the cyberspace, resulting into cybercrime. As a highly unregulated domain, cybercrime carries several issues related to its misuse. The misuse of cyberspace poses threats to the general society, including myself and you, business and government. There are challenges associated with cyberspace, and they have grown beyond recognition. To mention a few: identity theft, online fraud, cyber terrorism, cyber stalking, cyberbullying, hacking, illegal content, and so on. I believe almost every one of us has been a victim of cybercrime. We just do not recognize it because we only recognize it if it involves the loss of money, data leakage, or if we are forbidden to access an information system. That's where we start to recognize that there is a cybercrime taking place. Cybersecurity is a bedrock for achieving a peaceful, just, and strong institutions for a society 5.0, as per the Goal 16 of the United Nations Agenda 2030 of Sustainable Development. Universities and research institutions have a role to play in mitigating instances of cybercrime through research. And various studies that have been conducted on cybersecurity, they are focusing on different aspects such as the cybersecurity systems, cybersecurity threats, cybersecurity education, and so forth. However, there is a minimal literature that quantitatively analyzes and describes cybersecurity research in Africa. In short, the contribution of Africa to global cybersecurity research is not readily known. In this study, we adopted bibliometrics method to analyze in African cybersecurity research in Scopus and Web of Science databases from 2013 to the year 2022. And the analysis focused on two objectives. The first one is the research growth over the period of 10 years, and secondly, the productivity of individual authors, institutions, as well as the countries. Well, in literature, we find that cybersecurity research has a long history. The first research work to introduce the concept of cyber was published in the year 1998. The rapid growth of electronic commerce, which is known as e-commerce, has necessitated the adoption of cybersecurity. And since then, modern businesses heavily rely on the internet infrastructure. We should also recognize the fact that most cybersecurity threats occur with the motivation of financial gain. Several authors have attempted to quantitatively analyze the growth of research in cybersecurity globally, while noting that researchers who have attempted to quantify cybersecurity research had diverse approaches. There are inconsistencies in their results in terms of the figures, the numbers they presented. They are not the same, they are different from study to study. For example, the total number of publications in the year 2018 globally vary from source to source. We note that inconsistencies in the research output from multiple sources occur for several reasons, such as the selection of the databases and the duration of the study, territories or countries, and discipline coverage. Some studies were focusing on only cloud computing, not cybersecurity as a whole. This implies that the existing quantitative analysis of cybersecurity research globally may not sufficiently and truthfully reflect the research from Africa. Also, in terms of cybersecurity research productivity, which focuses on order in institution and country, we found that previous studies that attempted to quantify cybersecurity made little effort to identify individual authors and institutions that contributed to the topic. And that's a limitation that we find in literature. One author, Rahim, in 2021, he identified up to 160 authors who have contributed to global literature on cyber threats. And author who had published the most had a maximum of 6 publications. There is a consensus that the United States, followed by United Kingdom, South Korea, and India, have contributed much more than any other countries to cybersecurity research globally. The pursuit of research on cybersecurity from Africa is notable across most bibliometric studies that cover a global scale. The status of cybersecurity research in Africa is not readily known, particularly in the focus of this paper. Well, to explain the methodology that we applied in conducting the study, we used the 6-ring approach to informatics research. The positivist research paradigm, deductive research approach, and quantitative research methodology were adopted. Informatics, also known as bibliometrics, were adopted as research methods. We used EndNote, BibExcel, and ViewViewer, and the analysis was a statistical content analysis. Even though our focus is on Africa, but we find it necessary to give you an overview of the growth of literature in the global perspective. And the total number of publications we found on Scopus is 31,230. In Web of Science, we find relatively fewer publications, as there are 25,503. And then coming to the African continent, in Scopus, we found a total of 1,184 publications. And in Web of Science, we found 944 publications. And then we provided that graph, which shows whether the literature is growing or is not growing. It is clear that the Scopus database has got much more research than Web of Science. Also, in terms of author productivity, in Scopus, we identified up to 585 authors on African cybersecurity research, while in Web of Science, we identify up to 523 authors, and we provided a list of the top 20 authors who have published the most. The maximum number of publications for a most productive author is 20 publications, which is not or which contradicts what we found in literature, where one author said there is only 6 publications for a most productive author in Africa. And then we provided this diagram just to clarify possible disparities in terms of the databases. We observed that most authors, or there are authors who appear in both databases, even though most authors prefer to publish through Scopus rather than Web of Science. But that does not mean Scopus always has more publication than Web of Science, because we see authors like Farak MA having a higher number of publications in the Web of Science than Scopus. But mostly, or most authors publish through Scopus. In terms of productivity of institutions, we identified up to 160 institutions in Scopus and only 117 institutions in Web of Science. The list provided there in the graph is only the top 20 institutions. We can observe that these institutions, they are both academic and non-academic institutions. Also, there are no much disparities in terms of the presentation of institutions in both databases. In terms of the African countries, out of 54 African countries, only 33 countries were present in both databases. In Scopus, we found only 27, while we found 33 in Web of Science. We used the frequency distribution to develop classes in which we can categorize all these countries. In terms of the range, we used 32.9 in both databases, 8 K-factor, which was rounded up. And with in terms of the class width, we have 4. Based on the 8 classes, it is clear that most countries are in class H, which has from 0 to 4 in terms of percentage. And this categorization of countries helped us to develop this geospatial map, which clarified the contribution of African countries to the cybersecurity research. In terms of the color codes, most countries have published from 1% to 4%. And we can see that South Africa is the only country in each category with the blue color, as it has published from 30% to 34%. Some other countries are sharing groups in 2, like in Algeria and Tunisia, Morocco and Nigeria. Egypt is the only country in each class. It is very, very worrying that most central part of Africa is not productive in terms of cybersecurity research, as they are in a white area, which is 0%. We call 0% for those countries in a white area. Scopus has indexed a greater number of publications than Web of Science in the study period each year. The research grows exponentially. African countries contribute 3.7 of global cybersecurity research. In terms of research productivity by author, the most productive authors were identified. Maybe because of time, I won't be able to mention all of them. Some highly productive authors appear in the top list of both databases, while others appear in one database. Most authors have greater number of publications in Scopus than Web of Science. South African universities and research centers such as University of Johannesburg, the Council for Scientific Research and Industrial Research, the University of South Africa are most productive institutions. South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia are leading countries in terms of productivity. And it was observed that the research productivity favors the largest economies in Africa. Here are the recommendations. The research collaboration in a domain between individual institutions and countries with less contribution. Those countries with traceable but few contributions should improve their research productivity. Funding collaborative research in the domain should be encouraged. There is a need to increase awareness and visibility. Embracing international engagement on this topic is very important through workshops and seminars. The leading countries should collaborate with those countries which have not yet tried to produce on cybersecurity research. Lastly, cybersecurity initiatives, policy, funding, and research should be a norm in Africa. Well, we picked some sections of our paper. The rest is found in the main paper. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because in Pile, I was a victim of cybercrime. I would advocate for that research. They scammed me a lot of money through cybercrime. So the last speaker is going to be presenting to us virtually. It is Ramokwana Sekwakwa and Joseph Machochwane. Over to you. Over to you, our last speaker.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, please. May my presentation be projected on the screen?
Can you project your PowerPoint presentation, please? Can you help in projecting the PowerPoint presentation, please?
Please assist in projecting the presentation, or should I share from my side? As I request in
Chair,
committee.
Do we have PowerPoint?
Oh, it's there. It's there. Oh. You know, we can tell you to see
Good afternoon, please.
Yes, we can see the presentation. You can start. Thank you.
Right, thank you. It is an honor to present here today on collaborative research and precise issues of implementing research recommendations. The title of our study is Collaborative Research in Reimagining the Implementation of the Recommendation by Researchers, a case of University of Limpopo Library. Going straight to the introduction. Our introduction covers the key aspects of collaborative research and its challenges and benefits. Collaborative research brings diverse disciplinary aspects together. It fosters knowledge sharing, innovation, and joint creation of knowledge. This is to say that, for example, when researchers and practitioners work together across disciplines and institutions, they can generate new ideas to solve problems and to drive meaningful progress in LIS research and practice. This joint creation between researchers and practitioners allows innovative solutions. This means that the international collaborations and partnerships made by researchers allow researchers to make impact on the research findings and the recommendations that can be widely shared for the benefit of the society and the field of the study. Given the sustainable development goals promote the importance of collaborative research and knowledge sharing. In our study, we highlighted that it is vital for collaborative research is vital for knowledge sharing and innovation, which is fostered through global cooperation. This global cooperation is crucial as it allows solving shared issues, and achieving sustainable growth and resilience in research in LIS. Some of the challenges and opportunities to implementing, there are some challenges and opportunities to implementing research recommendations. Despite the benefits, collaborative research is not without challenges, especially in academia where discrepancies in objectives and cultural differences can hinder progress in implementing recommendations made by researchers. A key challenge is the implementation failure. Implementation of research recommendations often fails due to conflicting research priorities. As a result, this leads to an implementation gap in what is the value of research if its outcomes are not implemented in practice? For example, just imagine spending years on research only for your valuable research recommendations to gather dust on the shelf. This is a reality in many academic libraries. Valuable research recommendations remain theory and are never applied. Moving forward, in the context of our study, it is noted that there are some benefits or potential to collaborating. Collaboration between academics and libraries enhance student success, research capacity, and university recognition. Collaborative research has the potential of using theory projects into practical application. I'm moving forward to a problem statement. Collaborative research unites diverse disciplines to share expertise and recommendations through interdisciplinary efforts or through cross-institutional efforts. However, recommendations are hardly implemented by practitioners, which leads to an implementation gap. This is due to researchers collaborating with other researchers but not with practitioners. So the recommendations made by researchers are not implemented due to separate spheres of operation. Furthermore, there are other challenges or other barriers such as differing priorities, communication challenge, and a lot of decision making that contributes to isolation between library and information science and in-library. Therefore, bridging this gap requires fostering stronger researcher and practitioner collaboration to ensure that research outcomes are effectively translated into practice. This study aims to investigate the extent to which recommendations by researchers are implemented by the practitioners at the University of Limpopo Library. The implementation of research recommendations in practice has been a topic of interest across disciplines, including the field of library and information science. Effective collaboration between researchers and practitioners ensures that research recommendations are translated into tangible outcomes. However, the lack of collaboration between researchers and practitioners remains a challenge. Failure to address this latter will result in repetition of knowledge creation, recommendation, or what we call the reinvention of knowledge from a different perspective, but the problem will still not be solved. This study, an objective of the study aims to explore collaborative research and the implementation of recommendations within the University of Limpopo Academic Library. Our first objective is to identify research projects conducted about the University of Limpopo Academic Library and to determine the challenges with implementing the recommendations by academics in your library and assess whether the recommendations made by researchers in the department, by researchers in the Department of Information Science or in the field of library information science are implemented by practitioners at the University of Limpopo Library. Moving forward to our literature review, This research is based on the objective. Several studies have been conducted on the University of Limpopo Library, which also focusing on information accessibility, digital resources, and user satisfaction. Despite the availability of insights, or what we may say recommendation in our study, academics often fail with implementation due to lack of funding and resources, institutional bureaucracy, limited collaboration between researchers and practitioners, and resistance to change among library staff. To add on to this, design and Allison support that this partnership between librarians and academics reduce effectiveness of recommendations made by authors. This is portrayed by the fragmented role of research librarians in South African academic libraries. As such, it is recommended that librarians become actively involved in research. Moreover, in terms of assessing whether the library is implementing the recommendations, implementing the recommendations often requires a shift in culture, which some staff members may resist due to concerns about workload, unfamiliarity with practices, or lack of incentives. I think when it comes to this, for example, with shifting work culture within libraries, to ensure effective implementation of research recommendations, researchers can actively participate in the process of implementation through community engagement initiatives. That is working directly with the librarians to implement the solutions that they have recommended, and also be able to assess the real world impact.
Please try to wrap up. Please try to wrap up, Ms. Ramokwana. 5 minutes to wrap up.
All right. This engagement or partnership with practitioners and researchers entails various activities, such as developing library resources, facilitating resource access and discovery, and embedding information literacy and research skills into the tertiary curriculum. However, the same authors argue that implementation failure between academics and libraries range from multiple factors, on being theory to practice, where collaborative research often remains theoretical without clear strategies for practical application, which results into underutilized or unimplemented solutions. Having said that, this is an ongoing study. We are in the process of collecting data. The study will use a qualitative research approach in order to gain insight on the collaborative research and issues of implementing recommendations at UL. A case study design will be employed. The participants will be the UL librarians, UL certificate librarians, and the researchers. A purposive sampling will be used to sample the participants, and lastly, the data will be collected using open-ended interviews and document analysis. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramokwana. The quality of the sound was not very good, but we could hear that the theme is more on collaborative research. By now, you must be saturated with information. Our keynote speaker addressed us on Futuristic of Information Science for Society 5.0. There are so many unanswered questions. I'm fascinated fascinated by one question on how do we prepare the next generation of information science students for the future. And then Dr. Matope addressed us on the future of records management as a profession at the Road Accident Fund in South Africa. And Sylvester Nguepe addressed us on beyond the office walls, the pros and cons of offsite document storage. And Kosimpile Zungu and Prof. Ochola co-authored, and Kosimpile addressed us on production and growth of African cybersecurity research from 2013 to 2022, a bibliometrics analysis. And then our last speaker, Ms. Ramokwana, addressed us on collaborative research. Can we get some few questions coming forward, please? Before we get the panel reflection on day 2. I have one question. Oh, yes, I can see there is a question on this table. Okay, and then we will take another question from that table at the right end. Roving mic. Let's start here.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. The question is going to my learned colleague sitting here who was speaking about. Let me maybe just bring some context to this. A lot of libraries have large collection, and one of the challenges is how do we deal with the issue of space. I know that there is a big conversation around digitization and so on. However, it's still important that we keep the classic element of the information resources. How do we deal with that issue that we understand that there's issues of budget, there's issues of space? How do we deal with those constraints without moving away from the classic component of the information resources? Thank you.
And let us take the next question, which was on that table, before they give their answers.
Thank you, Chair. This is an online question from Professor Forget Chatarera Zambuko to Dr. Matope. It says, from your research, what is the probability that robots or AI systems will eventually replace records and archives management professionals, and what factors influence this likelihood? Thanks.
Let me give opportunity for, but he said, let me give opportunity to Sylvester to respond. I'm not sure whether your supervisor will also engage. Who goes first, supervisor or the student? The student.
No, thanks, my learned friend. Well, the issue of space in the organization will remain or will always be there. But one of the recommendations from the study is that we need to identify one office in the department, which is bigger. We then convert that office into a filing room so that we can centralize our information for easy retrieval. Secondly, with the billions or millions that the department pay to the service provider, they can identify one warehouse around, then they procure that warehouse, they change it to a filing room, adhering to the National Archives regulations by having the shelves, the proper lights, and also the accessibility to that. And the last one was, which it was the proposal, but I did not include it on the slide, was to procure, if the organization have the space, you can procure the container. You see the container that we get from the Durban to the various area. That container can be converted into a proper filing room following the guidelines from the National Archives. You can procure that either 5 or 2, you pack one on top of each other, then you do the specification. I'm not sure if, did I do the right thing now? Thanks.
Supervisor, do you want to add on what has been presented?
All right. Ideally, what should happen is that all records should actually, all government records should actually land up at the National or Provincial Archives. The records that are regarded as ephemeral value, those are the ones that generally are supposed to go to the off-site storage facilities. Okay, but saying building a central area, the idea is that the National and Provincial Archives need to expand their services to actually accommodate those records. Okay, digitization is one of the ways of going that route. But in effect, that is what the purpose of the intermediate archives depots used to be under the former state archives, is that the intermediate archives would actually store the records that the government departments didn't have space for, but that would eventually go to the National Archives. So the storage problems of our records are a real issue, because at the moment, particularly government departments, the National Archives is full. They can't accommodate more records. So there actually needs to be resources allocated to the National Archives to actually be able to accommodate all those physical records. So it is a bigger challenge that needs to be addressed. But unfortunately, I think the attention always gets given to other things, and the National Archives and the records sections are always sort of sidelined in the process, and that's why we land up with records stored in basement areas or unsuitable storage areas getting damaged. It is what is happening.
Thank you for the contribution. And then Dr. Matope.
Thank you, Chair. Just a full disclaimer before I respond to Dr. Chattarira. I am pro-AI. I am not against it. And the possibility that we could all be replaced by robots is there. Because as we've seen, banks are getting smaller, shops are getting smaller because they're now using robots. When you walk into a hotel, you are greeted by a robot. All of us could be replaced by robots. However, what I'm saying is, these records management professionals should not be punished for things that they were not asked for when they applied for these positions. If you are going to say, I'm replacing you as a lecturer because you don't have this qualification, but I was not asked for that qualification when I applied for the job, it's unfair. Rather, you train me on how to work collaboratively with the robot so that you still achieve the same results but quicker.
Just to add on what you have contributed, Dr. Matope, I'm also of that idea because it's like you coming up with the design thinking approach on how we can use technology innovatively for also our benefit. How can we use AI innovatively for our own benefit at the same time? Okay, thank you for that contribution. Any further more questions? Yes, we have a question here. A roving mic, please, and also question. Start this side, yes.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'm trying to maybe draw a correlation between the two studies. Obviously just outside of the robots, right? But before maybe I ask a question around that correlation, at RAF, do they have like their in-house storage facility, or do they also rely on outside storage for their records? It's a yes or no answer, Doc, so that I can ask the follow-up correlation question. Do they have like an in-house, a huge facility? Yeah, yeah.
The storage on site, because they don't dispose of any records, and storage area is full. So if your claim is registered today, before Prof gets to work on it tomorrow, already it's taken off to Metro Valley for storage. So when she needs to work on it, she must request from outside, which delays the whole process.
Okay.
They are still paper-based records.
Okay, so partly it touches on what Sylvester and Prof are actually talking about and trying to address. But the correlation is, I wondered if there was a case study there in terms of an in-house storage facility, is to then go a step further in understanding what are some of the case studies of organizations that have successfully implemented in-house storage facilities without reliance on off-site storage facilities. Because then the analogy, obviously, in trying to address the current situation, if the recommendation is building in-house, so we need to look into some of the lessons that we can learn from existing best practice case studies to say, has it been successfully implemented? And obviously looking over and above just the financial implications, we need to look at capacity issues, we need to look at issues around compliance, we need to, it stretches just beyond. And so, yeah, you've answered me partly, but maybe then the question is on case studies that we can draw best practices from and then map a way forward in terms of how we can implement it. Thanks.
Thank you for the contribution. Yes, Prof. Ochala. Thank you.
My question is to Sylvester. I knew you as Goepe, but now I know I got Sylvester from you, so I could use Fasla. In your presentation, I did not smell technology. There was nothing about technology at all. How do you think the 4.0 and 5.0 technologies would help the storage situation at the moment? I think there were some examples given about Amazon.com. There's so many of them which are emptying right now because of these technologies, and creating unemployment has been noted. So that is an area that, although we are talking about technology generally in this conference, is an area that you didn't mention, you didn't talk about it at all in your presentation. So do you think the 4.0 and 5.0 technologies can rescue the situation? Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question goes to Ramukoni Sekwagwa. Now, my question is, how do you think, if there is the possibility of adopting AI in collaborative scholarship, from what we've already gathered, from the information, the literature that we've already gathered, do you see any possibility of adopting AI in the collaborative scholarship? Thank you.
Thank you. Can the roving mic go to Professor Isabel? She wants to respond to Prof. Ochola.
All right. Okay. Prof. Ochola, the idea is now to move more towards digitization. Under President Obama in the United States, he actually, because of the Hurricane Katrina disaster, whatever, he actually authorized that all federal records in the United States had to be moved to the cloud, so in a digitized format. So he was realizing that physical records are not always going to be that reliable, that safe if we have a major flood or a fire or whatever sort of thing. So the idea in the United States was that everything that was regarded as important with at the federal level needed to be moved to the cloud, and that's what many companies have tried promoting or whatever. Okay, so I think South Africa, we have got a few companies that have also punted for the idea of going to the cloud, but I think we are still also very much a paper-based country or whatever, where we still want to be working with paper. So our country hasn't, although there are departments who have digitized or have gone the electronic route or whatever, there's lots of the little departments or whatever that are still mainly paper and haven't digitized. So that, I think, is the way to go, is the digitized route. I mean, everybody, we don't even really need to have a registry anymore because everybody's getting their emails directly to them, so there's no need for a registry official to stamp a document and send it on. Everything can be captured electronically or whatever if everybody just cooperated and stored their information into the filing system. I mean, I think if we even speak from UNISA's side, how many of us are really compliant in making sure that our records land up in the UniDrive in a secure system or whatever. So I think trying to get people to comply with that and follow the electronic route is still a challenge in many organizations. And I think in South Africa, it's not just we're using government as the scapegoat, but I think even the private sector, they also battle to really do compliance with going everything with the digital route. That obviously would be the ideal way to solve the storage problems.
Thank you, Prof. Isabel. Are we still having Ms. Ramokwane virtually? Can you respond to the question, please?
Yes, thank you. If I hope I understand the question well. There is a possibility of collaborating, of involving AI in collaborative research. As you know, the benefits of AI tools are capable of analyzing a vast amount of academic literature. AI tools can help researchers in collaboration to identify relevant studies and trends. And also it helps communication. It can also assist in scheduling meetings and tracking progress. So that is to say that AI is not going to replace the interaction between humans or between the researchers or practitioners, but it will allow them, it will give them the ability to make collaborations and to make scholarship more efficient and inclusive and innovative. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Ms. Ramokwane. I'm no longer going to take any more questions. Thank you for being such an engaging audience. It shows that you were interacting with your speakers. I was requested by the conference organizers to remind you regarding the gala dinner tomorrow that you must please come in your nice and beautiful traditional gears, so that you can revitalize your identity, remind yourself of where you're coming from and where you want to go to. And I'm not sure whether we still have the panel to reflect for day 2. panel for day 2? Or time is... Oh, okay. So can one of the conference organizers come to close the session, or can I do that? Oh, okay. So from my perspective, I think we can declare this session closed. Thank you.